Hello, and welcome to this, our 220th live stream. Bears, bears everywhere. Covenant bears. Mama says the Covenant Bears is hilarious and so informative at the same time. Yeah, so if you haven't watched Elijah and the Bears, which was our Monday video explaining Second Kings chapter 2, please go back and do so after the live stream. Doing that video was so fun. It was so fun. But it's amazing how many people really sort of railed against it. A lot of people did not like that video. And they were insisting that these were tiny little 6-year-olds getting mauled by bears. No, that's not what's happening there. Sorry. Okay. Let's get the channel business done first, which is we've got a special live stream on Wednesday, August 20th, where we talk about the book All the Stars as Angels. Okay? That gives you guys a month to read it, to really sort of formulate your questions on it. And this is going to be a very special live stream in which we allow you to actually call in through StreamYard. Okay, so you can actually talk to me face-to-face on this one, if you really want. Now, the only caveat of that live stream is we're not going to take questions on the Ancient Near East, the Bible, or Ancient Egypt unless it relates to the War of the Gods series books. Okay? It's a special live stream with a special purpose. We've already had somebody make that mistake. Okay? So, if you're going to participate in that live stream, know that it's only going to be about fiction. It can be about the publishing industry, it can be about science fiction, it can be about the books that I wrote. It just isn't going to be our normal material that we handle on our Friday live streams. Okay? So that's awesome. Okay? So we love doing those where we spill all the tea on the books and tell you all the inside stories and maybe clear up some myths that happen. Okay? Now, I'm going up. Fiction, so we can talk about the early date of the Exodus. No, we're not going to do that kind of fiction. Just saying, okay? Just saying. We've already had somebody post something about fiction on there, but not that kind of fiction. Okay. Now, the second piece of channel business is I am going to be doing a live stream with Inspiring Philosophy on Tuesday, August 5th at 4 p.m. on his channel, where we're going to talk a bit about this recent stuff that's come out on capturing Christianity regarding the Bar-On Sinai inscriptions. Okay? We will talk a little bit about it on the channel today. But yeah, we're gonna cover the overview stuff on IP's channel, and then we're probably going to do an in-depth analysis on our own channel. Okay? So I'm not happy about this. I'm gonna be quite blunt about this. I am not happy about this at all. I've had my inbox just fill up over this. Okay, so Bonbon, is there some new archaeology? There's some new junk archaeology. It's junk archaeology. It's on the level of Ron Wyatt kind of archaeology, okay? Solidus, capturing Christianity or capturing the papacy? You know, he's been keeping Christianity hostage long enough. You know, he needs to let his unwilling victim go. I'm just saying. Okay, just let Christianity go. You've held it for enough ransom. Please, please have mercy on your victim. Let it go. Okay. So those are the two pieces of channel business. Live stream on All the Stars as Angels, August 20th. The IPs and my responses to Cameron Bertuzzi and on August 5th. All right. So that's the channel business. Now, let's get into the rules and we'll start getting into the questions. Rule number 1, super chats have priority. That will Tossman. We will get you the helicopter out of here and a pizza. Just let the hostage go. I agree. Couldn't agree more. Okay, so super chats have priority. True on every YouTube channel. You should know this already. Shouldn't have to say it. We do take non-super chat questions, but you have to put a Q and a colon in front of it. No Q and a colon, we don't see it. Only post non-super chats once. If you post it more than once, that disqualifies your question for the night. If it's something to do with the Bible, we need a little context. So we need for that what book it's in, what's the chapter, and what's the verse. Okay? We don't have that. We can't narrow down the context, and we can't really answer the question. We also ask that you put, if you sponsor a super chat, which we do allow, copy the super chat into your or the non-super chat into your super chat so that we don't have to go hunting for it. It makes just things so much easier for us. And finally, 1 question per chat, no question stacking. We did that before and it's just a mess. So we're not going to do that anymore. Okay, so that said, let's get into the questions. And we're going to start the night here with an explosive one. Isn't that nice? It's always nice. Isn't it nice to have an explosive question that'll piss people off? Okay, this non-super chat comes from Harry Stark. Thank you, Harry Stark, for throwing us into the fire here. Okay. Yeah, what? There was. Wasn't there? 1 second. Creep. I forgot all about that. Okay, let me see if I can find it here. Just a second here. There was a super chat that we missed from last time, and I need to go find it. It'll just take me a second. It is... Wow. Oh, come on. Don't... Here we go. All right, let me just see. Is it? I think this was... Oh, interest. Okay. Yes. Far wrong. I'm just make sure that's it. That's the one. Yes. Okay. We are going to talk about this. Second. Okay, I have to cut and paste this if I'm going to do this. That question last week happens to be about what we're going to be talking about on the live streams. Okay. So yes, there is a question from last week, but it has to do with the Cameron Bertuzzi stuff. But it was a video that was published before Bertuzzi's. So yes, we are going to cover that. Okay. So I think we're okay not posting that because we are going to cover it. All right. So, yeah, I looked it up here, and the question was from Brick Creation. I've seen a video about an inscription that is on a stone that scholar Michael Baron thinks is from the historical Moses, but I'm skeptical because it doesn't have a hay and it dates to the 18th century BC. Any thoughts? Okay, we are going to cover that in excruciating detail over the next 2 weeks. Okay? So, hold on to your socks because this is going to be a rough ride, guys. Okay, but there's another super chat that's going to cover that too. All right, but let's get to Harry Stark's. Mana Machine Alert. We have not talked about Mana Machine Alerts. We don't know. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it even as a popcorn review. I might just do this as something of very serious analysis. Okay. Yeah, what we'll probably do is do this as a very serious tear apart. We're not going to be doing a popcorn because popcorn, we leave some dignity to the guy. Okay. We may not leave this guy any dignity at the end of this. Because it's that bad. Let me just reframe how bad Baron's research is. Okay? Some of you know what this book is. This is The World's Oldest Alphabet by Douglas Petrovich. It is, in the field of early alphabetical inscriptions, it is considered one of the worst books ever published on the subject. Okay? As published by Carter Jerusalem. Good job, guys. Nice job publishing it. But this is a piece of garbage. Okay? They shouldn't have done such a good job, but they did. But it's a piece of garbage. Okay? And it's been widely panned across the field. All right? This is 100 times better than Baron's research. This is the paragon of scholarly virtue compared to Baron's research. Okay? This thing is a dog dropping of scholarly research. And it's better than what Baron did. Tons better. Okay? So, that's got to give you a little bit of incentive of what I think of Baron's research. All right. So, let's get into questions. Jack Ray, wait a minute. Even Ron Wad got a popcorn review. The problem is, Bertuzzi has had more than one popcorn review already. We keep popcorn reviewing the guy. And one of the rules we said when we started the popcorn reviews was one, maybe at most two per person. Because we don't want to make everyone the subject of a popcorn review constantly. We've gotten to the point with Cameron that we're not doing popcorn reviews with him anymore. We're doing surgical dissection at this point. We're doing postmortems. Mama says, well, he doesn't have a PhD yet. Maybe he never will. Baron doesn't have a PhD. He has a Bachelor of Arts in Biological Anthropology. And he's been auditing from Peter van der Veen and David Roll ever since. No, he's never going to have a PhD. He's not working towards a PhD. He's just sort of parasiting off of his heroes. Jack Ray, pop secret to pop serious. Yeah, we're at the point with this that we're in pop serious. We're going to dismantle this one. Solidus, it's really disappointing to see Cameron put out junk content. I agree. You know, the funny thing is he has my Facebook contact information. He's contacted me on the fly several times. He could have contacted me and asked about this. He didn't. You know, I have done work on the early alphabetic inscriptions. I know the scholarship. But he didn't do that. So he's just going to end up with egg on his face. Oh, well. All right, let's get to questions here. Again, our first question here is from Harry Stark. Can the information in the doctorate Liber Pontificalis be used? Should we trust the information there? All right, now this is an interesting little book. It's really sort of the early lives. It's the lives of the popes for the first eight centuries of the Christian era. Now, there's a problem with the book. The question is this reliable? Should we trust the information there? Now, my inscription or my translation of the book is from Loomis. I'll just pop it up here. Loomis is what we would call a document maximalist. He likes the Book of the Popes, the Liber Pontificalis. He thinks that this is a source of information. He really, really thinks that it's the short end of the stick at times. He loves this book. Now, on the very first page of his translation, you can read here, Jerome, the most blessed Pope Damasus. And then there's a footnote. And you go down to the footnote. And the footnote reads, these letters are obvious forgeries, designed to give the authority of two great names to the ensuing narrative. The author is even naive enough to attribute to Damasus and Jerome a history which covers a century or two beyond their time. Okay. We got a problem. Your first letters are clearly forgeries. In a compiled book that includes forgeries. Can you trust this? Should you trust this? Probably not. If it's got forgeries in it, how many forgeries do we have in it? The editor of this book was not careful enough to exclude forgeries. Solus, these letters are obvious forgeries. What? Yeah. I mean, what else can you say? And as I said, Loomis is a guy who really, really thinks, who loves this book. And even he's saying, these are forgeries. AJ Higgins says a century or two beyond their time is a very interesting way of saving uber anachronistic to the point of being fiction. Yeah, it is. It can be taken about as seriously as the Proto-Evangelion of Thomas. I think you mean James here, but yeah, I definitely it's that level of seriousness. But here's the thing: the Catholic Church does have a forgery problem. Like the Galician Decree, this document that's supposed to give you the the history of the Council of Rome, the proceedings of the Council of Rome, but it's a forgery. So you and I've seen the Galician Decree used time and time again to support the Apocrypha scripture. But this is a forgery, and it's a blatant forgery. All these statements about the Synod of Carthage. They're forgeries. They're all forgeries. Ryan, they don't have a forgery problem. They have a fibergy problem. If we're just going up a number here now. Self-serving forgeries. They are. Many of them are. In fact, the Liber Pontificalis uh, seems to be a forgery designed to exculpate Pope Simonicus. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Symmachus, and a lot of his misdeeds. So it's just, yeah, it's just like, wow, they've got a forgery problem, and yeah, okay, now these are historical forgeries, but they're still forgeries. Stop using them to justify your doctrines. Yeah, stop using them to justify things. It's just, no, don't. Stop it. Please stop. Stop using the Galician Decree. Stop using the proceedings of the Synod of Carthage. Stop using Liber Pontificalis. It's not. Stop using the Proto-Evangelium of James. Stop it. Please. Now, Jack Ray says, donation of Constantine. Not enough? Yeah. Okay. Dossman, please stop using those. The Eastern Church. Yeah. Stop it. No. No. Just stop. Stop. Yeah, and that's just it. My producer says the truth of God is powerful enough to stand on its own. It doesn't need this stuff. Yeah, and we're not even talking about apocrypha here. Just, just the outright document forgeries. We're not even talking about apocrypha. If you want, we can, but that's not what we're talking about here. Just the outright document forgeries. The church father kind of forgeries. Stop that stuff. All right. Now that runs over, let's get into some super chats. All right. First super chat here is from Striding Hermit for $5. By the way, guys, it is so hot here right now. It is just, we are just sweating bullets because it's just hot and humid right now in Vancouver. Okay, Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Blessings, good doctor and Mrs. Producer. I pray all is well. We have had one heck of a bad week. Okay. Um, we have had a serious network outage this week caused by our ISP, which took 2-3 days to fix. We've had to deal with this whole Baron stuff, which has consumed 3 days. I've had to spend a day at the vets. So, yeah, it's been a bad week. All right, so back to Striding Hermit here. Why should the type of font matter in the vast mediums of writing and literature? Fonts are good stuff. Okay. Um, Fonts are important. They're really important. They're important to readability. Okay. They also contribute to mood. So fonts matter. They matter a lot. And I like to even say that one should tailor your fonts to whatever medium you're writing in. Like, for example, one of the comments we got on our novels is that they loved the font. It was very readable. And that was because it was Palantino, a very readable, nice sans serif font. It gives a little both airiness and also a little bit of mystery as well. And that's sort of the mood we want to add. So fonts add a visual mood to whatever text you're doing. So absolutely, fonts matter, and a good typographer can recommend an excellent font for whatever you're writing. And as such, I'm kind of a bit of a font geek as a result. So I love fonts, and I'm very careful to select what type of font I use for whatever project I'm doing. So absolutely, fonts matter for, as I said, readability and for mood. And if you keep that in mind, you can usually pick a pretty good font for whatever you're doing. Okay, next question here. I'm Striding Hermit for $5. Given that making decisions on behalf of a large population is difficult, should morality be placed above practicality in mandating solutions? Not always. Okay. Now, here's the thing. There are some times when a nation has to decide for practicality instead of morality. Even ancient Israel had to do this. And some of it is because people are people. If you make everything immoral illegal, there comes a point where a nation will revolt against that. We even see Christ talk about this. Moses gave you divorce because your hearts were hard. Okay? So we know from, say, the Bible that divorce was never the moral ideal within the nation of Israel. But because people had done it before Moses and would continue to do so after, even if they had outlawed it, it was regulated instead of just simply outlawed. So that's an issue with deciding as a government deciding the legal framework of an entire culture. You know, we saw this with the abolition of alcohol in the United States. You know, Congress had decided, and the states had decided that alcohol was a bad for society, a universal bad for society, and the suffrage movement did a lot to push that. But no one was going to follow that. It was unenforceable because people weren't going to follow that. So eventually, even though it was a constitutional amendment, they had to retract that constitutional amendment because the people were just not going to follow it. So there are cases where practicality has to give way to morality in a legal framework. Otherwise, you get revolt and lawlessness. So people who legislate laws have to be aware of that. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But it's a balancing act if you happen to be the government between what's practical to legislate and what's moral to legislate. The next one here is from Striving Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Does the homogenization of customs and cultures allude to a death of individuality due to being contingent on uniformity and non-separatism? It can, but it's also the fact that homogenization has to get very, very extreme for the death of individuality. Even, for example, in the most, say, homogenized cultures, like, for example, take Japan. Very homogenized culture. Ethnically homogenized, culturally homogenized, linguistically homogenized, but there's still individuality even within that. So unless you have a homogenization where every aspect of life is controlled, it usually does not lead to the immediate death of individuality. So it's not, and it also depends too how the homogenization is implemented. If it's one of those things where it's by fiat, yeah, there's going to be probably more death of individuality because you're going to get more resistance to that. Whereas if it's cultural homogenization that's happened through culture over time, through ethical principles, through just this is the way we've always done it. Yeah, because it works. Yeah, so in that case, you're less likely to have that death of individuality. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mama says here, I think culture can be homogenous without the individuality being affected, unless that homogeneity is enforced. Yeah, and I think that's the key here. If it's enforced, it's not going to lead to a death of individuality. If it is enforced, it probably will. And that's because you're going to get resistance to it. Okay, let's go on to the next one here. Striding Hermit again for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What work of fiction captures the integral essence of despair, in your opinion? For me, that is the flood demonstrated in Halo. I looked at that, and that's a very difficult question for me to answer. Because I don't look for books based on despair. It's not something I look for in a book. It's not a theme I particularly like. So I like books that just tell me a good story. If it happens to have despair, that's one thing. But if it doesn't, it's like, okay, that's neither here nor there for me then. So I don't have really an answer for this question. Because I just don't read with that in mind. It's not something I go looking for. John Orick says, where despair meets grace, I would try Flannery O'Connor. Okay, that's a decent recommendation. I haven't read that myself. It's so hot. Sorry, guys. I might even have to get up from here and take a break and go get some more water. Because it is... I'm already halfway through my water. Yeah, I'll let you know if I need to do it. Yeah, it's crazy hot here, and I'm just like sweating bullets. So that's Oric's recommendation, but I don't have one here, so I can't answer the question. But maybe Oric has given you an answer. Okay, next one here is from Travis Garrett for $5. Can you explain 1 Peter 5:8, specifically seeking someone to devour, and what metaphysically the devil is doing here when he devours something? Okay, let's pull up our Bibles. And 1 Peter 5, verse 8. Okay. Now, in the first part of 1 Peter 5 here, Peter is going after basically sort of the attributes that you should have to maintain your faith. You know, like verse 5. You younger men likewise be subject to your elders. All of you clothe yourselves with humility towards one another, for God is opposed to the proud, but gives grace to the humble. Humble yourselves, therefore, under the mighty hand of God, that he may exalt you in the proper time, casting all your anxiety upon him because he cares for you. Then we get to verse 8 here. Be of sober spirit, be on alert. Your adversary, the devil, prowls like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. And then verse 9, but resist him, firm in your faith, knowing that the same experiences of suffering are being accomplished by your brethren who are in the world. Now, what the devil here is doing is trying to get you off track with your faith. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get you to sin. He's trying to get you to abandon the amnesty. Okay? So, what's happening, what's going on, is when you come into the faith and you promise to keep the faith through your baptism, you're sort of now on the path of the amnesty. You're on God's side against sin. And you're going to keep saying, sin is bad, God's against sin, and God is good. All right? That's basically the path. All right? But what's going to happen is the devil is going to try to get you off the path. That's his job. His job is to get you off the path. Any way he can. Through temptation, through discouragement, through anxiety, through sin. He's going to do whatever he can to get you off the path. So, for the devil to devour you, he's not literally eating you. He's not even metaphysically eating you. What he's doing is he's trying to divert you. Getting your focus off of Christ and onto something else. So that he can divert you, and then if you're not on the path anymore, you're not a problem for him at that point. That's one less person that's going to fill that great union of believers, and he can, at that point, kick the can down the road. Because once the fullness of the Gentiles is complete, Christ returns. And that's what they're trying to do. That's what the demonic foes are trying to do, is to prevent the fullness of the Gentiles. There's a number. We don't know what that number is. There's a number that has to be fulfilled for Christ to come back. Okay? The fullness of the Gentiles. There's a number of completion. And if that number is complete, then Christ can return and it's game over for the devil. But if he can prevent as many people as he can to get off the road to salvation, the path on the amnesty, then he can just delay that end for himself by one person. So that's what he is doing by devouring the others. Okay? By seeking someone to devour. He's always looking for an opportunity to derail your faith. He's looking for that opportunity, okay, so he can kick the can down the road to preserve himself for one more day. Essentially, that's what he's doing. Okay, so, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And thank you very much for your support of the channel. Joseph for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there any reason to get a demon? Yes, more money. If you're a pastor in a pulpit, the only good reason to get a demon is to get more money. That's the purpose of a demon. It really doesn't make you a better preacher. It really doesn't make you a better pastor. Really, the only thing it does is it gives you the title of doctor. It's a professional doctorate. It's not a research doctorate. Its only real purpose is to give you more money. Demon programs are super short. Okay, they're really short. You do 1 year of classes and 1 year of writing your 35-page thesis. It's more of a long paper than it is a thesis. Yeah. It stands for a Doctor of Ministry. It's pronounced demon. That should be a red flag, guys. Just saying. Now there's a point. AJ Higgins asks, I mean, could you teach at a uni with a demon? No. No, you can't teach at a university with a demon. It's not a research doctorate. Yeah, you can't teach at a university with a demon. The only thing you can do with a demon is get more money. It's not even as good as a THD. THDs are so much better. So much harder. John Oric, still hoping to finish my THD by year's end. Awesome, go for it, man. The love of money gets you a demon. I guess it does. It's named accordingly, yep. Doctor Who and the Damons, yeah. That was AJ, you got it there. Doctor Who and the Damons. That was a really good episode. That was a really good series, by the way, that particular one. Roger Delgado was the best master ever. Or, Doc, couldn't they possibly get a job as a demon advisor? Well, the funny thing is, schools don't even hire demons for that. You know, they always hire PhDs for those. PhDs or THDs for those. They never ever hire demons for that. Yeah, nobody takes them seriously either because it's not a serious doctorate. At seminaries, it's jokingly called the easy doctorate. It's the easy doctorate. Okay, so no, don't. There's no good reason to get a demon. As I said, unless you're a pastor who's been already serving for 10, 20 years and you want more money. That's it. All right, Joseph also asks for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Any tips for studying the prophets? Yes. First thing you should do for studying the prophets is learn about biblical poetry. Read Robert Alter's The Art of Biblical Poetry, because a lot of prophets speak in poetry. And if you really want to understand the prophets, you really need to understand poetics. So that would be my tip to do that. Keeps learning. Any better than a honorary doctorate? honorary doctorate is kind of like king for a day. It's not a real doctorate. So it is better than an honorary doctorate, because at least if you got a demon, you can call yourself doctor, at least in theory. But an honorary doctorate, you can't really call yourself a doctor because you're doctor for a day. King for a day. John Ork, what was that book? Robert Alter's Art of Biblical Poetry. I've recommend I've recommended Alter, Alter. Um, it's a very well known book on biblical poetry. He's also wrote a book. Yeah, he's not a Christian, but he did write the best, absolute best book on biblical poetry. There's really no second, nothing I would recommend on above that. It is an absolutely fantastic book on biblical poetry. Yeah, if everyone should read that book, whether you're doing work in prophets or not, because once you read it, you now start to really understand how poetry works in the ancient Near East. It's a seminal work. Okay, next one here is from Johan Snyman for 70 South African Rand. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Doctor. How can I answer someone that says belief in Jesus for salvation will result in you keeping the law as it was kept in the Old Testament, even if the person affirms salvation is by faith alone? That's Judaizing. Okay. Here's the thing. Nobody can really keep the law as it was kept in the Old Testament, because most of the law has to do with temple ordinances, temple ritual, how you bring your offerings, how you do your sacrifices, how you maintain ritual purity. Nobody can do that. It's not possible. You cannot do that without a temple. So the whole idea that you can keep it like it was kept in the Old Testament is ludicrous anyway. It's just crazy that anyone would even suggest this. The second thing is that most of that law, even the ones you could keep, are ritual laws, and they're covered by the blood of Jesus Christ. Jesus abolished the ritual law according to the book of Galatians. So there's not even a need for this any longer. So now this is not saying that one doesn't keep the moral law. The moral law is still in effect. But and those laws are repeated in the New Testament. Do not steal, do not commit adultery, do not bear false witness. Okay? Those things are still in effect. But the ritual law isn't in effect anymore because it has been fulfilled. Because it was the whole purpose of the ritual law is to cover over sin until sin is removed. So what I would say here is if someone is requiring you to believe in Jesus and keep the Old Testament law, they don't understand the New Testament. They don't understand what Christ did. And they're putting a burden upon you that others that Paul has already said, you don't need to do. This is adding to Jesus, not a natural result of believing in Jesus. Okay? So absolutely, I would just tell him, hey, there's freedom in the law, or freedom under Christ, and that no man should be abrogating the freedom of another. So that's what I would say. Mama says Robert Alter has a lot of books that look interesting. Any of his other works worth a look? Um, I don't know. As I said, the one on poetry really stands out. He did one on the art of biblical prose, but it's not very good. It's okay. The art of biblical prose is okay. It's not great. And it's just that in the case of biblical prose, there are other books that I think are probably better. Or maybe it's the art of biblical narrative. I don't know. But it's it's not as good as other books on the subject. So um Robert Alter really sort of hit it out of the park with the art of biblical poetry, and that's basically the only book of his I recommend. Okay. Next one here is from Striding Hermit for what? It is a fun read. It's actually a really good read too. It's a well written book as well. Striding Hermit for 10.95 too. Thank you very much for the super chat. An invaluable person has the ability to shoulder the weight. An invaluable person has the ability to shoulder the weight, of which they understand that there are real ramifications for any answers to doubts and questions. That's why I can't thank you enough. Thank you. Thank you. It has been a hard week, and I really appreciate the encouragement. Um, I'm going to be very honest with you guys. It was really, really demoralizing to go through Baron's book. And it's a book. It was 14 pages. So, um, it's just like you kind of get to a point where you go, I've been saying this stuff for years. Hasn't anyone learned? And it's just you get really frustrated that you're having to repeat the same things over and over and over again. So I do very, very much appreciate the encouragement. Ryan, which book? Baron's or the poetry book? Baron's nothing. He published it on his academia.edu page. You paid nothing for it. Yeah, Baron's is um it's not Barron's, it's Baron. BAR-RON. And it's not published through any publisher. It's not peer reviewed. It's he just posted it, he just uploaded it to his academia.edu page. That was publishing for him. He claims to have even gotten a copyright certificate for it. Why? Oh yeah, sure you can. You can apply to the US government or Canadian government and get a copyright certificate for any book. Question is why? Ryan, I still think you paid too much. Yeah, I did pay too much for that. That's 13 hours I'll never get back. Oh boy. Yeah, that's 2 days of my life I will never get to see again. Yes, definitely mark Tuesday on your calendars. Inspiring Philosophies channel. I will be on there with IP and we'll be talking about this. Okay. Next one here. Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Jack Ray, oh, we will see IPs. I Twitch some. Oh yeah, he's fed up with these guys too. He's completely fed up with these guys. We all are. Well, here's the thing. One of the things I think you need to understand about Baron, um, and we don't talk about this so much on our channel, is he's the part of that other faction of early Exodus daters. You know, we talk a lot on this channel about ABR and people involved in the ABR sort of network because they're full of shenanigans. You know, they're the dirty trick squads of the early Exodus date. But there are other camps of early Exodus daters too. Okay? And Baron is part of one of those other camps. The David Roll camp. Right? So even ABR doesn't want him. Well, interestingly enough, with the Mount Ebel curse amulet, Scott Strimpling tried to merge the two groups. He tried to merge the Vanderveen group of early daters with the ABR group, and was not quite successful in doing that. So there have been attempts to do this, to merge the two groups into sort of one cohesive whole. In fact, what I've been thinking of doing is doing a video on the various factions of early daters, because there's more than one of them. You've got the ABR guys, but you also got the Rollians, yeah, the guys who follow David Roll and Peter Vanderveen. You know, they're another faction. You get the Bimsonites. You also get the Ardsmaites. Okay. Now, the Ardsmaites are very small. There's not very many of them. But there's still a sizable number of, say, Bimsonites and, say, Rollians. Guys who follow David Roll and Peter Vanderveen. Let me find that. Darkblade, is he a big time chronological revisionist like the other super early daters? Yes, he is. Yeah. Baron believes in the revised chronology of David Roll. And he also believes that the Exodus took place at the end of Dynasty 13. So there's a lot, all of this kind of goes back to Velikovsky. All this goes back to Velikovsky and his attempt to revise Egyptian chronology. So there's that. Baron is going to hold to that sort of date of the end of Dynasty 13 as being the time of the Exodus. Middle Kingdom. You know, and this is why I think Cameron hasn't really thought through what he's advocating here. Because he's also, by advocating for this stuff, he's de facto advocating for a Middle Kingdom Exodus. So, I'm not going to comment to that, Kitty. Yeah, so there have been attempts to merge the ABR and this other, say, Rollian faction, and it just hasn't worked out. Andrew, does anyone actually believe that, or are they just blindly following along? Some are blindly following along. Some actually believe it. Mhm. Well, okay. Here's some are actually believing it because it's coming from somebody they want to believe. Okay, um, so you're getting that. Um, you are getting that sort of, how do I say this? I looked through the comments, through Cameron's comments section on this, and um what I've been getting is that some people understand the implications of what Baron is saying, and saying, no, no, that can't be because of 1446. So you're getting some of those. But a lot of people are looking for their ears tickled. A lot of them. And what you're getting is what I've sometimes called is ahistoria. And I've seen this happen a lot amongst a lot of Christians, of ahistoria, and um and this is where you sort of take pieces out of history, and it doesn't matter if they historically mesh together, to prove your case. Tice Kennedy, for example, is really, really big on ahistoria. It doesn't for him matter whether the history all sort of is in the proper order. He'll just like take things in and out of history to do his stuff. Like, for example, he'll take the text of Ipuwer and say, "Oh, well, that shows us the Exodus," when it's like hundreds and hundreds of years prior, like 500 years prior to the Exodus. So, you know, we get this in Christian circles of ahistoria, where they're cherry picking data all over the place, that, oh, well, this matches, this matches, this matches. Timeline, we don't need no stinking timeline. Timeline. Darkblade, the recent Amenhotep II tomb stuff is probably ahistoric. Oh yeah, it's definitely ahistoria. Mama says cherry picking. Absolutely. It's absolutely cherry picking. The cherries are rotten. That too. Yeah, you don't want to make a pie out of those cherries. Bum Papa's basement. It's like Pulp Fiction, only less intelligent. Ooh. Ouch. Ouch. Score, but ouch. Yeah, so what I'm finding too is that, say, a lot of Cameron's supporters suffer from ahistoria. They don't really know, and don't really care that the things are not historically in alignment. For them, it's just that they've got something to latch their faith on, and it doesn't matter if it's a good thing to latch on. They're just going to ride it, and it's because their real history is too difficult to understand, too um um not exciting enough. Yeah, yeah. Real history for them is not exciting enough. So, for them, ahistoria is much easier. Okay, let's go on the next super chat here from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for that very generous super chat. I'm gonna take that before actually taking Andrew's here. Darkblade just added, I think Cam is well intentioned, but merely listens to the wrong people at times. I don't think he's so well intentioned. Um, I think he's trying for clicks. Okay, I think he's trying for clicks. It's a bit of a grift. Yeah, yeah. people have already put it in his comments. He could have checked this with subject matter experts. He has the access to the subject matter experts. He could have gone to me. He could have come to me. He could have asked me. He didn't. Yeah. And the fact is, he didn't even ask. Okay. And the fact is, ever since his conversion to Catholicism, which was probably a kind of grift anyway, he's always had this. He's more focused on sort of those grifty topics, like exorcisms. He's done a lot on exorcisms. He's done a lot on the Shroud of Turin. He's done stuff on Marian apparitions. Just it's at some point you really gotta wonder, if he's lost the plot of Christianity, and this for him is to become a profession. And so, Jack Ray says some drift towards Roman Catholicism and some grift towards Roman Catholicism. And here's the thing, I understand people becoming Roman Catholic for a huge variety of reasons. Okay? But what struck me about Cameron's sort of drift or grift towards Roman Catholicism was statements he had made on his channel as he was doing it. I actually was listening to his channel like daily, because I was working in a furniture shop and I was bored. Okay. Okay. So I listened a lot to him during his conversion. Okay. And one of the things I noticed was, one of the things he said is that something that compelled him towards Roman Catholicism was the fact that he was losing support among Protestants. And it was like, and at that point he was begging for money. He was begging for money a lot. And that he was losing support among Protestants as he was thinking about this conversion to Roman Catholicism. And I thought to myself, dang, that is a terrible reason for becoming Roman Catholic. Terrible reason. It's like, okay, if you're losing support among Protestants, maybe it's your content. Maybe it's the fact that you're not meeting a need. Here's the thing. All ministries are only as good as their ability to meet a need. If you're not meeting the need, the support goes away. So, but here's what I think he was doing. I think he was assessing the numbers. He was thinking, oh, well, Protestantisms aren't as many in numbers. So it seems to have been for him a numbers calculation. There's more numbers in Roman Catholicism than Protestantism. Okay, I'll just do the easy switch. And I think that's... But because of the quality of his content hasn't largely improved, he's had to do these more clickbaity kind of topics. So, Mama says, money shouldn't drive your choice of church. No, it shouldn't. And look, I think there's really good reasons to become Roman Catholic. Okay? And I'm not against Roman Catholicism, even though I myself would never become Roman Catholic. Okay? I have some issues with Roman Catholicism that will prevent me from becoming Roman Catholic. Okay? But I'm not saying there isn't good reasons to become Roman Catholic. Like, for example, if you were born and raised in Roman Catholicism and going back to what's familiar for you, that can be a legitimate reason to do so. If your family is all Roman Catholic and you can decide at that point maybe that's a good idea for family cohesion. Okay. But but to grift your way to Roman Catholicism, Ooh, not a great reason. Not a good reason at all. So I respect people who go back to Roman Catholicism for good reasons, and I have no problem with that. Um, but you know, money is probably the worst reason to do it. Kiara says here, you better study up because you're promising to follow all of those doctrines. As someone not born in the church, oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You're promising to follow all those doctrines if you weren't born into it. So, yeah, that's probably the major reason I'll never become one. Okay, next one here. Let's go to the next super chat here. From Tom Gooler, or sorry, Andrew Gooler. For $20, thank you for the super chat. He says, I've been hearing from multiple authors like Tom Woods that they sell their books on their own website because they make more money than going through Amazon. Would that make sense for you to do the same? Actually, no, it wouldn't. Here's the thing. The problem for us selling books from a website is Canada Post. This paperback book has a list price of $18. Okay, that's a Reliquary of the Dead. Now, if you have bought this book and you've read it, please leave us a review on Amazon. Because, frankly, people go to Amazon and look at the reviews. Even if it's just a couple lines, please leave a review. Okay? Now, for us to ship this book from Canada to the United States costs $18. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So we would have to charge $36 for that book. Okay? Jack Ray. By the way, we can scratch our Roman Catholic off the what denomination is Dr. Falk bingo card. Yeah, you can. But that's the only one we're going to confirm or deny. Yeah, so for us, selling it online doesn't buy us anything. In fact, it's even worse. Now, from what I understand, Amazon Canada does not sell my book to people in Canada. So, I had a friend recently buy my book, and he had to go to the United States to get it. Yeah, it's just crazy. We just can't do it as much as we wouldn't. I mean, frankly, the shipping and all that's kind of a bother anyway. But Darkblade, is that before or after our president tariffed your country? That's before. That's before. That's Canada Post's rates. Yeah, that's why none of us are fans of Canada Post. I don't know. I don't even know if they ratified that agreement or not, or if they're still on strike. Yeah. Oh boy. Darkblade. He's also not SDA. I remember him posting on Discord that he was going to church on Sunday. Maybe I just show up in an SDA church on Sunday. Break in. Have my own little service there. Okay. Next one here is from 1000 Clever Boy for $10. Blessings. Capturing Christianity put on a video this week saying that scholars may have found The signature of Moses. Do you have any thoughts on this discovery? Oh, oh boy, do I have thoughts. We've already talked about this a fair bit. We're going to be talking about this a lot more in the next couple weeks, okay? Because, oh, oh, Now, first of all, one thing to keep in mind, it's not scholars. When I heard Cameron said scholars have discovered, no, it's not scholars. It's one dude. It's one guy. And it's one guy on the lunatic fringe. Okay? It's like, when I heard Cameron say, well, scholars have discovered, like, no, it's not scholars. It's one guy. One guy with a BA in anthropology. So he's no credentials of the ancient Near East. Dossman says, I'm a scholar now. I found Moses' Commodore 64. I have proof. Proof. Mama, one guy without a PhD that thinks he saw something that even Petrovich didn't see. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Isn't that fun? I'm having a great old time with this one. Now that I've gotten through the pain of reading it. Ugh. Andrew Graham, one lunatic is not one guy. I suppose. He's not a scholar, exactly. No, he's not a scholar. He's not qualified. Mama says. And he's been obsessed for 8 years. Oh, he's been obsessed. Yeah, well, a lot of people are obsessed with a lot of things. It doesn't make them subject matter experts. Ryan says, the plural of anecdote is not evidence. Ooh, priceless. Yeah. That's priceless. Hey, but Cameron Bertuzzi said that Peter Vanderveen, David Roll, and the Patterns of Evidence crew were respectable scholars. Okay. Oh boy. Yikes. The day that David Roll is considered a respectable scholar, we gotta at that point we've got to all turn in our scholar cards. He's not Christian, he's not a scholar. Yeah, he just doesn't contradict people calling him a scholar. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't make the claim that he's a scholar. Everyone else is making claims for him that he's a scholar. Yeah, because exactly. And my producer says it's because that he says things they like to hear. Oh boy. Yeah, so 1000 Clever Boy, you're going to get the whole scoop on this starting on Tuesday, and we will go through this, and after that we're going to go through, I'm going to post my own video where we go through Baron's work in agonizing detail. Alrighty. Tyro Shakuhachi says, I mean, I don't want to be a young lad around bears, but I will totally hang out with bears if I'm a prophet of the Most High. Yeah, if you're the prophet of the Most High, you're probably safe around bears. Just saying. No, I still wouldn't go in the zoo and hop in the pen. Darkblade Roll is even called an Egyptologist on his wiki page. Yeah, he's not going to contradict that. The International Association of Egyptologists doesn't consider him an Egyptologist because the International Association of Egyptologists requires a terminal degree. You have to have a terminal degree to be a member of that organization. And that's because Egyptology is one of those fields, like psychology, that requires you to have a PhD before you can call yourself an Egyptologist. Yeah, that's true. You do need somebody in the organization to vouch for you as well. So my producer wants me to verify that I am part of that organization, which I am. Okay. Count of Marcy, Einstein does not have a degree. Actually, he did have a degree. And he had a PhD dissertation. That is not true that Einstein did not have a degree. He did have a degree. His dissertation was on the photoelectric effect. So, and it's about 35 pages. Um, he so he did have a degree. It might have been a racist, but I'm not talking. I don't care about that. The question was, does he have a degree? And he did have a degree. Actually, I take that back. It wasn't the photoelectric effect. That was his master's. His PhD was on special relativity. So, but yeah, Einstein was more than qualified. Yeah, it's not to say people can't study on their own, but Ryan says Dr. Falk has a lot of degrees right now. Yeah, don't remind me. Oh, oh. Well, this is what I hate about guys like James White. Um, and frankly, I'm not against his Calvinism. I'm more against the fact that he's too lazy to get a degree. Yeah, he just keeps going on about. I mean, he loves to be called Doctor James White, and the fact is he doesn't have an earned doctorate. So, he keeps learning diploma mill. Oh yeah, total diploma mill. Yeah, it's definitely diploma mill. And seeing his justification for this was just so pathetic because degrees take so long, and so hard, and they're so expensive. Like no kidding. Yes, degrees are hard. They take a long time, and they're expensive. Yeah. Oh boy. Ryan says that's the point. Yeah, it sort of is the point of a degree. It's hard and long, takes a long time, and it's expensive. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Mama says people who insist on their titles being used just smack of little man syndrome. You know what? If you've actually done the work and you're appropriately honored, I don't have any problem with titles, you know. But if you didn't, like if you didn't do the work and you didn't earn the title,
Are very
what? Yeah, if you didn't do it, if I mean, look, if if you did the work and you earned the Nobel Prize, that should be recognized. Okay, people should recognize that fact. I don't have a problem with that. If you did a great service to your country and you earned a knighthood, okay, people calling you Sir Such and Such, don't have a problem with that. If someone went through the military and earned the rank, a high rank, you know, 5-star general or 4-star general and retired with honor, I don't have a problem with that. People being calling him general. They earned it. They did the work. It's the fakers that really bother me. It's the stolen honor. Don't steal somebody else's honor. It's still theft. That's my problem. It's not the problem. The problem is not the title. It's stolen honor. Don't steal people's honor. Whether it's wearing a uniform you didn't serve in, you know, and there in some places this is a crime to wear a military honor and pretend to be a military rank you never earned. That's a kind of stolen honor. You know, pretending to be a PhD where you never earned it is a kind of stolen honor. Yeah, well, yeah, if you pretend to be a medical doctor, you'll get even arrested for that one. So, you know, it's stolen honor. Yeah, fake Navy SEALs really bother me, said Solidus. Oh yeah, they bother me too. You know, people who go to these sort of Memorial Day things wearing an honor they never earned, and they're wearing Purple Hearts that they bought off eBay. It's illegal to sell them, yeah, but people do sell them still because sometimes it's their dead grandfathers. It's not illegal to buy a Purple Heart. It's not illegal to collect medals because there are medal collectors all over the place. The problem is wearing them as if you earned them. That's the problem. Dossman says, quote, I was a sniper in the special force in Namagastan. This once at least once a week at least. Yeah. I never served in the military. Tried, I got rejected. But, you know, I'm not gonna say I served, because I didn't serve. And I would never wear a uniform because I never served. But the fact that people do this is abhorrent. It's again stealing something you never earned. And this can apply to a lot of things. And it's not just applies to military service, it applies to awards and accolades. It applies to degrees and honors. Like, for example, where you hear some guys sometimes say, "Oh, I got a Oxford PhD, magna cum laude or summa cum laude." Oxford doesn't give cum laudes. They don't give laudes. Yeah, they only started recently giving PhDs. Yeah, Oxford doesn't give honors because every Oxford degree they consider it an honor.
Funny.
Funny how that works. Hey, Rob, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Robert just came on. All right, so let's go on to the next super chat here. Super chat. Adam Price, I'll wear my dad's old army shirt once in a while. I figure it's okay since it's a different era of uniform. Nobody thinks I'm old enough for Vietnam service. Hey, look, I mean, I used to buy clothing from the army surplus. Great clothing. But that's not the same as being in uniform. There's no badges. All the badges are taken off. All the ranks insignia is not there. There's no medals or service ribbons. It's perfectly okay to wear military clothing. In fact, I used to have army boots from the Vietnam era. Love them. Love them. So, okay. Next one here is from Billy Nigan for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hello, Dr. Falk. Have there been attempts from the West to subvert Eastern Christianity? Armenia, Byzantine, Syria, Nubia, Egypt, and even India and China have received so little attention. I don't think it's that they've subverted it. I think they're more ignoring it at this point. A lot of Western Christianity does not like Eastern Christianity. And I think some of this has is yeah, a lot of Western Christians don't even know Eastern Christians exist. So I think that it's just it's sort of outside their mental framework. Oh, let me give you an example of this, which was Chris Date. Okay, Chris Date prides himself as being an expert on hell. Okay, and he really tore into me on my analysis of hell, on the various views of hell. And one of the views I talked about was that the light of God, one view of hell is that the light of God, it creates a field of righteousness that causes agony in the unredeemed through the trauma of holiness. Okay? Now, if you know anything about Eastern Christianity, this view is called the Tabor light. Okay? And it's probably the predominant view of hell in Eastern Christianity. It's a cool concept. It's really interesting because it solves the essence energy distinction problem in hell. It really does. But Chris Date said in his response, like, that he had never heard of this view before and that I was making it up. It's like, what? A 10-second Google search can get you this result. Okay, you can find this in 10 seconds by typing in hell light. God, just Tabor light. Yeah, it's just like poof, and it comes up. So, he was really unaware of, say, what the doctrines of, say, Eastern Christianity was like. Yeah, he accused me of just making it up, whole cloth, inventing it on the fly. Yeah, because he had never heard of it. So it's just like, okay, maybe us in the West should learn a little bit more about Eastern Orthodox doctrines before we start saying all Christians everywhere believe such and such. Okay? No, that's true. Yeah, yeah, you're right. My producer said that American Christianity does tend to be very parochial. So, it's Solidus says, I think a lot of people are flocking to Eastern Orthodoxy due to his apostasy happening within a lot of Protestant denominations. Plus, they want a connection to ancient historical faith. I do think there is some of that. If they'll, whether or not they'll find that in Eastern Orthodoxy is a kind of a hit or miss proposition. Some will, some won't. So, you know, if you want that connection, you'll find it in Calvin. Calvin very much references a lot of church fathers. So in fact, a lot more than you'll actually find in some Eastern Orthodox churches. So, I'm just worried, concerned that a lot of people are leaving Protestant denominations for something that may not scratch that itch. So, some of them will find it, some of them won't. So, yeah, I would just say that yeah, Eastern Orthodoxy is getting a boost right now because of this. But here's the problem too. Here's the numbers are also saying that people are leaving Orthodoxy at the same rate. So that's a problem for them as well. So for them, it's sort of a kind of a net zero kind of thing. Jordan Oryx says, my biggest beef with Eastern Orthodoxy, though I love that much of their theology, is their most dogmatic view of being the only true church. They are stronger on this than others like Protestant and Catholic. Oh no. No, 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 no. Okay, here's the thing. Diversity of views is I mean it's a big tent. Eastern Orthodoxy is a big tent thing. Um they have a view of being the dogmatic a dogmatic view of being the only true church, but when it comes to defining only true church, that's where things get tricky. Okay? Some of them will say that yes, only Eastern Orthodox are saved. But others will say all Christians in valid Christian churches are saved. Yeah, so while they're the only true church, so is the Protestant church, and so is the Roman Catholics. Although they see Roman Catholics as schismatics. Okay, so it's more nuanced than that. Yeah, and opinions will vary with mileage. Mileage will vary on this one. In fact, in some ways, it's actually less dogmatic than Catholics. Like, there's a lot of Catholics that say unless you're baptized Catholic, you're not saved. Unless you obey the prescripts of the Pope, you're not saved. Unless you hold to all the Marian dogmas, you're not saved. There are Catholics that do that. You won't get that as much in Eastern Orthodox. So, um, Sing a Bright Song says some Orthodox parishes will rebaptize converts, but others only chrismate. Some won't even chrismate. Here's the thing. Some will, if you've already been chrismated. Here's why they'll chrismate. Okay, what's a chrismation? Okay. Everyone else that baptizes, you take the convert and you dunk him in water. All right. Or you sprinkle him or whatever. Chrismation is where you take holy oil and you do the sign of the cross on the forehead. Okay, so that's chrismation. Okay? Now, some Orthodox, here's why a lot of Orthodox converts are chrismated. It's because they weren't chrismated at baptism. Okay? Now, most Protestant churches don't chrismate. Some do, though. And if you've been chrismated, they won't chrismate you again. So it just does. I mean, like, for example, if you're a Roman Catholic, they will, for example, they'll accept your baptism, and if you've been through confirmation, you've been chrismated, they won't chrismate you again. But they will ask you to renounce the filioque. So if you've been through a baptism where chrismation is done, as a Protestant, they won't chrismate you. So, again, just depends. Just depends. And that's comes down to the prerogative of the local pastor to do that. Ryan says, just as long as they don't cremate me. Yeah, I think that would be a bit much. Darkblade, wait, how did he pronounce the filioque? Yeah, exactly. I don't pronounce it the same way twice. It's not... My pronunciation and everything's terrible. Are you really surprised at this point? Really? Come on. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce anything anymore after learning 13 languages. Okay. Dossman, you darn Canadians. I pronounce it any way I want. I've got a PhD. I can do that now. I said chrismation, not cremation. Okay, so yeah. Look, I think it would behoove us all to learn a bit more about the other branches of Christianity. Really. I think it's good religious education just to learn more. I think it's good education to learn about the various branches of Protestantism. It's good education to learn about the various branches of evangelicalism. Look, it's even good to learn a little bit about fundamentalism. Learn something about Anglicanism. Learn something about Presbyterianism. Learn something about Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy. Learn about Messianic Judaism. That's a whole can of worms right there. So, we should learn about all these sort of various churches. Learn about the Oriental Orthodox. They're different again. So yeah, absolutely. It's good Christian education to learn about this. Ooh, Sing a Bright Song says, I'm going to walk to my little Baptist church and ask the pastor if we affirm the filioque. Laugh out loud. Well, considering that a lot of Baptists don't accept the Nicene Creed, you might get an interesting answer there. I think that's really... A lot of Baptist churches don't understand the Nicene Creed, so they reject it outright. And I think that's a mistake. So, John Ork, your Baptist pastor might think you're cussing at him out. Depending on what kind of Baptist he is, yeah. Well, Southern Baptists don't accept the Nicene Creed. They don't accept the Nicene Creed, so they don't accept the Filioque. So, yeah, that's sort of an interesting exception to all this. All right, let's move on to the next super chat here. Sing a bright song for $10 Canadian. Thank you very much, eh? He says, I saw a proposal that the Tower of Babel narrative referred to the collapse of the Akkadian Empire into culturally distinct city-states, and that the confusion was a subtle drift. Any thoughts? I don't know about that. That one is hard to say. The whole Tower of Babel narrative, it does appear to be a ziggurat, but we don't know if it's a ziggurat from the Akkadian period. That would be my only sort of doubts here. I'm not sure that we can sort of narrow it down to that period. There's also been some question about where the Eridu hypothesis, whether that is even valid too. So, I just don't. I think it's just we don't have enough details and not enough historical data to really make anything sort of say anything firm about this. So, Ryan Concap, any connection between Babel and Babylon? Only in sort of the term of the word Bab. Bab means gate. Okay? A Bab is a gate. So Babel is God's gate. Babylon is a gated city. So we don't know if it's in Babylon. Babylon's old, but not necessarily that old. So a lot of cities had the word Bab in it, though, because again, cities had gates. Any gated city had a Bab. Ba-bum-bum. Mama, bait equals gate, bell equals God. Yeah. Jorik Orden says there's a restaurant in my area called Bab El Salam. Is it a good restaurant? We haven't had a foodie portion in weeks. I want food. Give me foodie portion. Solace, any connection saying that a toddler is babbling and the biblical story of the Tower of Babel? There is some etymological connection between Babel and Babel. Okay. Because of the way the story turns out, where people's languages are confused, it has come into the English language of babbling from Babel. So that's sort of an introduction into the English language from, say, the translation of the Hebrew Bible there. So there is a connection, but it's through the English translation. Sing a bright song. From what I recall, the word means confusion. It doesn't mean confusion in Hebrew. It might have that nuance and inference because of its connection, but it really comes from the word meaning gate. That's really where it comes from. Yeah, Darkblade, I wouldn't take anything Wiktionary says as forgiven. All right. Next one here. Haystack for 499. Thank you very much for the super chat. Genesis 44:5. Did Joseph use a divining cup, or was it part of the ruse, perhaps, from his dinner with his brothers and his unbanning knowledge of his bros? Oh, he used a divining cup. Yep. A lot of people in that position did. Do I still have the divining cup here? Let's see here. Nope, that's not the divining cup. Could use that as a divining cup. I wouldn't recommend it. All right, let's see if I can pull it up here. I knew I have it here somewhere, don't I? Here. Doesn't look on my desktop by any chance. Yep, there's the divining cup. There we go, divining cup. I've shown this before on the live streams, but just to show it again because it's super cool. This is a real divining cup from the tomb of King Tutankhamun. So there you have it. A real divining cup. A real cup that was used for divination purposes. Okay? So this was a thing in ancient Egypt. Was a thing. And Joseph did really have one. Mama says, I love the translucency. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's so beautiful. It's such a beautiful piece. Absolutely gorgeous piece. And it's bigger than you think. It's about, I would say, about 12 inches across. It looks small, but it's actually quite big. And it's chunky. When you see it for real, it looks chunky. But it's so, when the light shines on it, it just goes right through it. It's beautiful. It's one of my favorite pieces from the Tomb of King Tut. And, yep, it's alabaster. It's made of alabaster, which is it's a white calcite. And it was actually not found directly in the tomb. It was found in the passageway, and it had been left by tomb robbers. So tomb robbers had taken this object, left a lot of the gold behind, and this was one of the first objects that tomb robbers tried to steal, was this cup. Even though it was something that had no value on its own. Alabaster's not valuable by itself. But the fact that they stole this as one of their first items is really interesting. Next. Okay, cool. Dothman says, I'm planning on making a repo Egyptian mace out of alabaster. Fun stone. It is a fun stone. Yeah, it is very fun to carve. Darkblade, read the blade's, read its inscription. Okay, let me just pull it up here. Amun Re Neb Gaut Tawe Neb Pet Mary. Okay. Amun Re, Lord of the Thrones of the Two Lands, Lord of Heaven, Beloved. Nesu BT, Keperu, Neb Keperu Ray, it's the throne name of King Tut. Deonk, Forever Living, Sa Ray, Son of Ray, Tut Onk Imun, Heku Inu, Tut Uncommon, Lord of Heliopolis, Jets Forever. Okay, there you go. Read it. Okay, so Sings a Bright Song asks, Would you say that Joseph's practice of divination was illicit or sinful? No. It wasn't sinful because it hadn't been outlawed yet. Okay. Now we call this the patriarchal exemption. Okay. That it's the patriarchal exemption. The patriarchs were allowed to do certain practices that were later outlawed by the Sinai covenant. Okay? Like, for example, the patriarchs were allowed to erect matzebot, which is standing stele. Okay? Later on, that would be outlawed. The patriarchs were allowed to sacrifice animals that were not kosher. That's a patriarchal exemption. They were allowed to have terabim, which are these they're prawn idols. Okay, they're prawn idols. Okay. Patriarchal exemption. They're also allowed to do things like divination. Patriarchal exemption. Okay. If it's not been outlawed, it's not illegal and therefore not sinful. Not great practices, but still permitted. Okay, so John Oric, patriarchal exemption. I gotta get one of those. Mama, patriarchal exemption, second new thing learned. Do I want to know what the first one was? Okay. So there you have it. Haystack. Joseph probably did have a divining cup. It was a thing. And it was more than just a ruse. It was something he had. And it would have had his name on it. Okay. Oh, that'd be fun to find. Yeah, sure. Well, these things normally had your names on it. So, yeah. It would have been a really, really cool artifact to find. Okay, so. Next one. I need more water. Yeah, please get me. Get the brown yeah, the really cold water. Oh, yeah, I'll okay. Okay, I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 20 Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from Tom Wanchek, who asks a member question. He says, you say the Exodus plagues were mostly natural phenomena seen before in Egypt. Could this explain Pharaoh's obstinance? Could he explain them away? I think he could to some extent. And I think... No, I don't want the actual jug. So, find it. It could explain some of his obstinance. It could also be that he just... All right. The water must flow. The desert here right now. Okay. All right. So, yeah, it could explain some of Pharaoh's obstinance here, because these were natural phenomena that were readily seen every inundation to some extent. What was different was sort of the magnitude of what was involved. So, um, so that's sort of what we got here. It could be part of his abstinence. It also seems to be just that the whole idea of letting slaves go um is was just something he wasn't prepared to do. Doc wants his jug of brown water. Is that moonshine for us, or all of us, or just those who grew up in Tennessee? Well, this is not moonshine. I have made moonshine, but this is just water. Darkblade. Wait, natural phenomena? I'm getting feeling that the Falk-directed film on the plagues would be one of the more boring Exodus films. Certainly wouldn't be Hollywoodish. So you get to the parting of the Sea of Reeds, and it's like, hey, wait, this looks like a lake. Yeah, that's because like it is a lake, but it's not going to give me walls of water 100 feet high. No, 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 it's not. It's not going to get you walls of water 100 feet high. But it's only like 20 feet deep. Yeah, yeah, you know, you could drown in 20 feet of water, right? But that's not dramatic. No, but that's probably what it was. Sing a bright song, wild folklore. Hey, look, you can drown in a pool 6 feet deep. If you're 5 feet tall, yeah. If you're 5 feet tall, you can drown in a pool that's 6 feet deep. Oh yeah, people drown every year in their bathtubs. Why are we surprised that people would drown in a 20-foot lake? It's just like, really? You serious? Darkblade, any Exodus movie production boss who cares about profitability would fire director Falk within seconds. Probably. Probably. Yeah, what's really miraculous is the timing. Ryan says, did God Moses actually want Pharaoh to let them go for just a few days, or was it the way for Pharaoh to get angry? Um, okay, that whole thing about the few days. There are instances in say the day rolls of Ramses III where workers are allowed to festival for a few days to pursue their private practice, their private ritual practice for a week. Okay? Which is essentially 3 days out, 3 days back in. Okay? It has been allowed from time to time within Egypt. So what Moses asked was a really prosaic request. Now, it just so happens that for the Pharaoh to do this, he has to trust these slaves enough, or the workers enough, that they will return after 3 days. Now, in Egyptian culture, most of the time when Pharaoh grants this, or the mayor or whoever is granting this grants this, it's usually there's no sort of fear of them taking off. Like the workers at Deir el Medina, there's one point where they insist on doing a festival. Okay, they insisted on doing a 7-day festival. 3 days out, eating meat and wine and all that stuff, and they're getting drunk and hammered for the god. and 3 days back. Okay. Yeah, a lot of it is where would they go? If you have nowhere to go, then you can trust them to come back. But there was already at this point talk of the Israelites leaving. So Ryan says it's sort of calling Pharaoh's bluff. Yeah, it is. So the request to leave initially starts as a 3 days out kind of deal. 3 days out, you're gonna be inherently out of reach, but that wasn't unheard of. So it wasn't a way to provoke Pharaoh, but it was a way of sort of saying, "Hey, we want sort of out of the land so that we can do our rituals that would not be appropriate within the Egyptian sphere, like sacrificing sheep. That would not have gone over well in Egyptian culture." And Pharaoh had done this before. Kings had allowed this sort of thing. So it isn't without precedent. But yeah. Yeah. It is showing that Pharaoh has a bias against these people, that he won't allow it. He also does not trust them to return. Mama says sheep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They not only disliked sheep, they also disliked sacrificing a sheep, because rams, particularly, were considered to be sacred. They were the emblems of the god Amun-Re. So, by the time you get to 19th Dynasty Egypt, people didn't sacrifice rams anymore. Yeah, sacrificing Amun-Re to Yahweh would probably be a no-no. Just saying. So that would have been, if they had wanted to do that sort of sacrifice, they couldn't. Ramses? Nah, it's not based on Ram. So, Mama, third thing I learned. Yeah, learning has been known to happen here. We don't actually try to do this, but hey, sometimes it happens. All right, let's the next one here. Okay, Matthew Harrell asks a member question. Hi, Dr. Falk. I'm wondering if Mary is required to be a perpetual virgin and why. I'm not opposed to it, but I don't get why it's necessary. Ah, this is a can of worms. Okay? A lot of this is going to depend upon your denomination, whether or not they adhere to what's called the second Marian dogma. This is the second Marian dogma. Okay? The first Marian dogma is the Theotokos, and every church in Christianity accepts the first Marian dogma. The second Marian dogma is primarily accepted in, say, Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic circles. Okay? Now, is it required? It is now in those particular churches. It wasn't required in Orthodoxy until 1672. So it's sort of a late coming doctrine to Eastern Orthodoxy, and it was accepted in Eastern Orthodoxy to essentially placate the Roman Catholics to get military support from them, which never happened. Yeah, this is sort of the ongoing story of Eastern Orthodoxy. They keep capitulating to the Roman Catholics and promise of military aid, and then the aid never comes. Oh, you've agreed. Sucks to be you. Yeah, so So, now John of Damascus, who wrote on the precepts of the Orthodox faith in the 8th century, he basically said that there's no way to prove the perpetual virginity from the scriptures, but it's just icky to think about. So that should tell you something about the dogma. That's not something that's found in scripture. Okay? It's not found in scripture at all. It's an accretion. It's a doctrine that's come in after scripture. So um it's not, I would not say this is a required dogma. It's not required at all. But if you believe it, that's fine. If you don't, that's also fine. I don't think it's necessary. It does not affect the it does not affect the virgin conception and birth of Jesus Christ in any way. It's just one of those things that is sort of a does not affect Mary's behavior after the birth of Christ, does not affect the status of Jesus at all. At all. In no way doesn't affect it. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the member question. Really appreciate it. Keeps Learning asks, is it heretical to reject Theotokos? When it's properly defined, yes. Okay? Now, we have to define what Theotokos means. Okay? It's God-bearer. That Mary gave birth to Jesus Christ, who is fully man and fully God. One person with two natures. Okay? So, in that respect, and again, I think probably the best definition I've heard of the Theotokos comes from John of Damascus. I think he has an excellent definition of this. It's probably the best I've seen. Okay? Now, here's what he's going to say. He's going to say Christ is the fullness of God and is fully a person, but it's not fullness of Trinity. So she's not giving birth to Trinity, but giving birth to the God-man. Christ being fully God, having the full essence of God, but not all the persons. So Bonbon asks, Mary is giving birth only to the flesh of Jesus? No, he isn't. She isn't. That's the point. She's not only giving birth to the flesh, she's giving birth to the person of Jesus, which is fully God and fully man. Okay? So she's giving birth to the full person of Christ. So, John Orrick, The Exposition of the Orthodox Faith, good reading. Yeah, it's very good reading. And it's not long either. It's like something like 75 pages. It's really short. I mean, I got through it in like a day. Really, it's so. But yeah, if you reject the Theotokos when it's properly defined, that would be a heresy. Now, here's the problem. And I've heard this too. When it's improperly defined, and you'll find a lot of, say, orthobros improperly define it. And I've encountered this, where you get an orthobro who will say, well, you know, Mary gave birth to Christ, and Christ was fully God, and fully God is the Trinity. Therefore, she gives birth to the Trinity. That's a category error. And it's a misdefinition of the Theotokos. And I think a lot of, say, more evangelical more evangelicals that say, react negatively to the Theotokos are reacting to that, say, misdefinition of the Theotokos. Because at no point would we ever say, and even strong Orthodox theologians would never say, Mary is giving birth to Trinity. They would never say that. So, so again, it's one of those things where you have to sort of define your terms carefully, but if you define it carefully, it's completely orthodox, small orthodox, and it's heretical to deny it. Okay? So it's one of those things where you have to define your terms carefully. And if you define it carefully, it's not a problem. Mama says she's giving birth to a vessel. Which, what? No, that's one. Bonbon says Jesus is fully human and fully God, but Mary only gives birth to the human part. But here's the thing: she conceives by the Holy Spirit. So the second person so when she gives birth, that conception is fully God and fully man. So it's not, she's not just giving birth to the flesh. She's giving birth to the combined person. Yeah. It's yeah. Bama says the soul of Christ pre-exists the flesh of Christ. Absolutely. Absolutely. But the combined person that Mary gives birth to is fully God and fully man. Yeah, Jordan got it right here. Women don't give birth to vessels, but to people, persons. Exactly. Yeah. Bonbon says you're actually right. I get it now. Awesome. Excellent. That's what we like to see. People actually understanding this stuff. So, cool. All right. Okay, next one here is from Jordan Oric for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Any general or particular thoughts on Barth? Yeah, I don't like Karl Barth. Sorry. I don't like him for a number of reasons. One thing I don't like about Barth was his neo-orthodoxy. I don't like his neo-orthodoxy where scripture is man-made but becomes scripture. I don't like that. I think that's just bad theology. He also had an ickiness to him. In his personal life, while being a professor of theology, he was having an affair with his secretary. Okay, and his own mother told him, "Doesn't matter how beautiful your theology is if your life doesn't match it." Dude was a married man and he was having an affair. So yeah, pretty icky stuff. I also don't care for his idea that humans are also potentially immortal. I don't like that either. I think that's bad theology. Like, for example, his idea in the Garden of Eden is that humans were designed to be mortal, and when they're dead, they're just dead. Their soul doesn't live on. And by eating the fruit, they go from conditional immortality to immortal as a sense. So I don't like that either. because frankly, the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil didn't bring life; it brought death. Lots of death. Dead, dead. Osiris dead. So, so I have some real problems with Barth. I know people who just love Barth though. Um, he's apparently very good with words. He writes very eloquently. He's a very good writer. He's just not very orthodox. So I tend to stay away from Barth. Bon, every time Dr. Falk says Barth, I hear the word barf.
Yes.
Yes, there's one aspect he is very strong. Yeah. Yeah, the one area where Barth is strong is in the area of, say, relationship. He does describe relationship with Jesus very well. And he's very good about that. Okay? But he's not good on theology. And I'd stay away from him for that. So, Darkblade, dead, dead, double dead, 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 double dead, dead as an Osiris dead, dead as some guy's career after Falk and IP's beatdown next Getsuyobi dead. Yeah, there was a correction there because that's Monday and it's Tuesday. Yeah, it's Hyobi. All right. So you've heard my thoughts on Barth. Barth. Yeah, he is. Barth is very good on, say, the relationship between mankind and Jesus. That's one thing he's very, very good at. But he's not good on theology. His theology has really been warped by German liberalism. So, and he tries to come up with a sort of an alternative to German theological liberalism, and I don't think he's very successful. Matthew Harrell for 4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you know about Redeemed Zoomer? I've heard the name. Not really. I know he's a YouTuber, but I don't watch a lot of his stuff. Um, I like his view on denominations. I think we can argue denominations if we're loving and united. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think we can discuss denominations. I think we can learn from denominations. And he's a big time Calvinist YouTuber. Okay, explains why I don't watch him. Um, Specifically a PC USA YouTuber. Okay. Um, Presbyterian Church United States. Mrs. Producer thought that this was a personal computer USA YouTuber. Okay. Yeah, acronym, sure. I mean, look, I mean, I think it's really beneficial to study on denominations. I think it's really helpful. I think it's helpful to do this in, say, the most respectful way possible. This is not to cover over bad theology, but you know, you can respect a way that that you know, various groups of people approach theological issues. And every thing a bright song. Falk doesn't watch a lot of Calvinist channels. More evidence on the big no card. I don't watch a lot of Armenian channels either.
We don't watch it.
I don't watch any Pentecostal channels, or Eastern Orthodox channels, or Roman Catholic channels. I don't want. Yeah, we don't, do we? Don't really watch.
IP.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes. Christian Mouse asked, it seems many problematic theologians are German. Germany also being where a lot of liberal scholarship came from. Do you think there's an influence? Oh, absolutely. A part of it came from the fact of um um the German educational system. And um Germany was sort of this, I'll say this weird kind of thing of state sponsored education combined with um philosophical movements that sort of led to many problematic positions. So you had this sort of, say, combination of free education, and Germany was really early to the game on, say, free higher education. Okay? But it also went on in that many, because it was free, a lot of people sort of rose the ranks and were indoctrinated with, say dialectic philosophies, but also a lot of liberal theological skepticism too. So yeah, there was that as well. Okay. Keeps learning, and anti-Semitism in German theological studies. Um, yeah. Here was one of the things. Who was it now? Adolf. What was his name? Oh, German theologian. This is German theologian Adolf. What's his name now? Not Ehrman. Mm, gosh, what was his name? No, it's not Barth. Um, no, no, not. He wasn't a National Socialist. He was Harnack.
Oh,
Yeah, Harnack. Adolf Harnack. Okay. Yes, he ran a department, an Old Testament studies department, and the National Socialists came in to his department, and and they were rounding up Jews. Okay, they were rounding up Jews, and Harnack von Harnack said to the National Socialists, "Hey, you've cleaned out, say, the New Testament department, the sociology department, the psychology department. You know, are we next?" And the, the Gestapo told Harnack, "Oh no, don't worry about it. You guys believe exactly what we do." Ouch. Ouch. That's an ow. And he wasn't wrong. A lot of people in the Old Testament studies departments in Germany believed exactly like that. So yeah, it was just ugly, really ugly. So a lot of bad stuff came out of those German liberal theology departments. A lot of bad stuff. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. Random Apple for $3. Thank you very much for the super chat. What does the second part of Matthew 10:23 mean? Let's find out. Oh, let's talk about this before we get to that question. Darkblade asked, have you gotten out of the shadow ban yet? No, we're never going to get out of it. I did find out some stuff about this, okay? First thing we found out is this hit everyone. What happened was on June 26th, YouTube shut off email notifications for YouTube creators. Okay? Big and small. Now, this doesn't affect big channels, because big channels don't respond to their chat comments anyway. This really is hurting small channels. Channels that are you know, who depend upon engagement with their community. This is really hurting. So yeah, big channels don't respond to people. So and this is a way to gut smaller channels that don't earn as much advertising revenue. Yeah. Yeah. About it now, YouTube is going to introduce ID verification. I would actually like to see some ID verification if done right, but oftentimes it isn't done right. Here's the problem. Like, for example, we had a guy try to pretend to be me this week to try to scam people on our channel. And again, we're never going to beg you for money. We're not going to ever say that God, I'm giving you a personal prophetic revelation to give to such and such a ministry. I'll never do that. I will never recommend a third-party ministry that you donate to them, because we don't have any idea of their books and we can't verify if they're responsible. And we're not going to try to sell you on stocks, bonds, cryptocurrency, pyramid schemes, or scams. Okay? We aren't going to do that. Ever. If you want to donate to the channel, there are methods to do so. Super chats are an excellent way to donate to the channel. If you want to donate directly, see all the methods in the description that we consider bona fide, and we don't ever go outside of that. Okay? So, Tosman, Nigerian orphanages are legit though, right? Well, according to the false folk, yeah. There are false Christs, and now there are false folks. Christian Malice says, that scammer used to do that with other Christian channels. He impersonated Heiser and many others. Yeah. John Oric, come on, Doc. Pyramid scheme, think about it. I know, it's too easy. Too easy. We should be excelling in pyramid schemes, yes. If an Egyptologist can't do a good pyramid scheme, what can he do? Oh yeah, there's that too. Sing a Bright Song says, and now Heiser is being impersonated by people who run his channel. I know. He's speaking from the dead. Oh yeah. They're speaking in his name, as if he's still alive. It's creepy. Creepy, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, he's speaking from the people who run his channels are speaking as if he's still alive. Oh, L. Ron Hubbard thing
Yeah.
with the tax bills. Jordan goes, "What? Dossman, that's insane. It is insane." Yeah, yeah. And you know what? I raised this when they first started doing this on this channel, and it was just like, wait, you can't be speaking for this guy. He's dead. And it's just like they just ignored it. Yeah, yeah, they totally ignored. If you go, hey, this guy's dead, maybe you shouldn't be speaking like the guy's alive. Yeah, they'll just ignore you. They just go on and do it anyway. Uh, yeah, that's why I just got personal revelations from Heiser about the orphanages. Laugh out loud. Yeah, that's the scammer. But there's actually the people who do run his channel still post in his name like he's alive. It's kind of really bizarre. And I got to have this conversation with Mrs. Producer as to what to do after my passing. So it's just maybe that's his counsel. Could be. Could be. Bonbon, don't die. I'm not planning on it. Things can happen. Dr. Falk is young. I'm not that young. And you know, you could step in front of the bus and not realize it, and that's just it. John Oric, that takes Ghost Rider to another level. Yeah. Yeah, it sort of does. Yeah, so 50 years old is young. Well, I'm even older than that. So okay, let's get to Random Apples question here, which is, what does the second part of Matthew 10:23 mean? Okay, so let's pull up our Bible. Matthew 10. Okay, and they're going out, and these disciples are healing. Okay, and it says in verse 23, but and let's just take it from actually verse 22. And you'll be hated by all on account of my name, but it is the one who has endured to the end who will be saved. But whenever they persecute you in the city, flee to the next. For truly I say to you, you shall not finish going through the cities of Israel until the Son of Man comes. Okay? Now, he's basically saying here that you are not going to finish Slammer. Okay, let's finish this. Uh sorry. That is an idea, but okay. Let's finish the Random Apples question. Okay. What does he mean at the second half of Matthew 10:23? What he means here is that that they're not going to get around to doing all the cities until the Son of Man returns or is resurrected. We're not exactly sure if he means resurrected here or the second coming. It's not clear, okay? But it's probably talking about the resurrection, okay? So that's probably what he means here. So he's going to send the disciples out who are going to start evangelizing to the cities in Jerusalem. John Oric says, could Matthew 10:23 and 16:27 to 28 refer to 70 AD? I don't think so. I think a lot is made, especially among preterists, about 70 AD. I don't think that equates well to the Son of Man. Okay, the coming of the Son of Man. 16 to 27 to 39 is about the transfiguration. Yeah, yeah. So basically, more along the lines in say 16 to 27 to 23, it's talking about the revealing of the Son of Man. Okay. So there, let's see here. Air Kamai, yeah, comes. So I'm thinking here that this is probably more along the lines of say resurrection than say anything else like that. So that would be my guess. I'd probably have to look into a commentary to get say maybe a better insight on this. But that would be my sort of prima facie understanding of this. Okay, so that would be my sort of take on this. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Now this Slemrn, mummify you and put on a show. Jeez, come on. That's terrible. Nobody wants to see me mummified, man. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Mummies don't look great. I hate to break that to you. Although, seeing Heiser speak from the dead, oh, it's so disturbing. Yeah. Yeah, my producer said if I left anything unfinished, she'd finish it in my name. Okay? As my wife. So, Falkenstein. Oh, not good. Not good. Okay. Next super chat. Is from Jordan Ennis for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What would be the genealogy of Ruth 4:18 to 20 be evidence for a would the genealogy of Ruth 4:18 to 22 be evidence for a late Exodus date? Let's take a look. Ruth. Ruth 4 verses 18. Okay. Now, these are the generations of Perez. To Perez was Hezron. To Hezron was born Ram. To Ram, Amminadab. To Amminadab was born Nahshon. To Nahshon, Salmon. To Salmon was born Boaz. And Boaz, Obed. And to Obed was born Jesse. And to Jesse, David. Okay. Is this, the question then is, who is Perez in this particular link? All right. If these are just the generations from the Exodus to King David, then yes, this is something this would be a short genealogy and something we would expect for, say, a late Exodus conquest. Okay. But we're not really told that. So, yeah, Jordan Ennis, my idea is that there's only 6 generation conquest to David, and we would expect that in a late Exodus scenario. However, we're not exactly told that Perez comes into the land at the time of the conquest in this. So it would be evidence, but I wouldn't consider it strong evidence, and I wouldn't use this as an argument. Okay? So sort of that's my intuition there, that it's something we would expect. We wouldn't expect a long genealogy between the conquest and David, and we don't find a long genealogy anywhere that is sort of ironclad. So I think that again, it's suggestive. It's suggestive, but I wouldn't use this as an argument. Okay? Because even if you had a short genealogy here, there's always the potential that it could be abbreviated. There are abbreviated genealogies in the biblical text. And even though this is a short genealogy, it could still be an abbreviated genealogy. So it's weak evidence at best. As I say, I wouldn't use it for an argument. All right. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right. Next one here is from Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, even though current ancient Near Eastern genealogy is not perfect and needs improvement, are there good reasons to radically revise it? No, there aren't. Here's the problem, is the genealogy, basically, ancient Near Eastern chronology as we have it today is based upon thousands of pieces of evidence. Okay? People who try to revise that chronology are doing so in spite of those thousands of pieces of evidence. There's just so much evidence that goes into the exercise of chronology that it's sort of locked into place now. So there's really no good reason to revise it at this point. Yeah, there'll be little tweaks here and there, a year or two shaved off, a year or two added. So yeah, there is going to be that sort of thing that you find in chronology. You're always going to get new synchronisms that will lock things more. But here's the thing: we've come to a point in chronology where things aren't the pieces on the board aren't moving a lot. They're only moving by small amounts. So you really can't add, say, huge shifts in chronology anymore. So I would say that there isn't a good reason to radically revise it at this point. Now, as I say, we can always refine it. We can make it better. Chronology is one of those things that undergoes constant revision because we get more evidence. And the more evidence we get, the better chronologies we get. That's a good thing. We should want that. But it isn't. Nothing is really going to come onto the table that's going to say shift things by hundreds of years. We're not going to find that anymore. There's too much evidence already that's gone into these chronologies to make those radical shifts. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right. We've got a Manny Manuel became a YouTube member. Thank you very much for the support of the channel. We really appreciate it. And welcome aboard. All right, and well, we got this really generous super chat of $199.99 from Ike the Great. Thank you very much for that very generous super chat. We really appreciate your support of our ministry and what we're doing here. Okay, now he asks a very technical question. Genealogies in Matthew 1 versus Luke 3. The key areas are David to Jesse. Matthew 23 has 23 generations. Luke 33, kings live longer. There's also other reasons too. They merge for Shealtiel and Zerubbabel. Okay, Joseph's father. Matthew could have used the scriptures. Where did Luke get his from? Does clan theory apply here? Does 1 Timothy 1:4 apply? Now, what's 1 Timothy 1:4? Let's write it here. Let's make sure we're Timothy 1 verse 4. Nor pay attention to myth and endless genealogies which give rise to mere speculation, rather than furthering the administration of God, which is by faith. Now, when we talk about 1 Timothy 1:4, it's not talking about, say, genealogies for the purposes of the pedigree of Christ. It's not talking about that. What this is talking about is more, am I a bona fide Jew? Essentially. So it's talking about that sort of thing, that, hey, you know, I have more weight in the church here because my Jewish heritage goes back 20 generations, and I can prove it. Okay? So it's talking about more like that. As far as myth goes, it's stuff like wives' tales that sort of become connected to the church. Okay? And like a certain myth by Bar Ron that's circulating right now, or Ron Wyatt. That's the sort of stuff it's talking about here. Did I say that right? Wrong Wyatt? So that's what First Timothy 1:4 is talking about here. Okay, so strange stuff, bizarre stuff, you know, stuff that isn't of the Gospels, the stuff that isn't of the biblical scriptures. So that's what it's talking about here when it talks about myths and endless genealogies. You know, people who are trying to establish authority by their genealogy, also those who are introducing strange stuff into the body of believers. Okay, so that's what's talking about here in First Timothy 1:4. Now, we do see that the two genealogies do merge at Shealtiel and Zerubbabel, so there is a common line there. We're not exactly sure where Luke got his information from, but Luke was apparently a very good researcher. He did ask around. We know that from the Gospel of Luke, that he did, you know, go and investigate the stuff himself. So, we're not exactly sure, but that probably came out of his investigations, whatever they were. So, again, we're not sure how Luke got this. There is some indication that Luke had contact with Mary herself. There has been people who have, because of some of the information that Luke has divulged, that there seems to be some contact with Luke in his investigations with, say, the family of Christ. So there's some evidence out there that he might have gotten this from Mary herself, but we don't know for sure. So that's probably the best we can do with this. There does seem to be some abbreviation of some of these genealogies as well, in which case clan theory would be what would fill those sort of abbreviations in the genealogy. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and thank you for that. It's a very generous one. We so very much appreciate that. Yeah, Dan is a clown. All right, next. Mama asks a member question here. Does heaven have multiple meanings in the Bible? Seems like it's used in different ways depending on the book. It does have multiple meanings, okay? It can refer to the atmosphere, the sky, the stars as in what's in the heavens. It can also refer to a spiritual heaven too. So heaven is not confined to just one meaning. It can have several meanings. So it is one of those things where it's not specific, but we do see it used in multiple ways depending on the particular context. So again, context is king. Context defines. So it's really, really important that, oh yeah, Mom. Context, context, context. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's context is everything. And the way heaven is used is going to depend on context. Again, it can be the sky, it can be the stars above the sky, stars and planets. It can also be the spiritual heaven where God resides, his spiritual home. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the member question. The it's actually a sponsored question here. We really appreciate it, and I hope that helps. And it looks like we are down to the last one here. Last super chat from Paul for 19.99. Thank you for the generous super chat. He goes, I would like to sponsor any question you pick. Okay. Do we have one? And that's our last super chat, by the way. So we are on to the non-super chats. Anyway, so the first non-super chat here will be the sponsored one, and then we'll move on. You mean I've been answering them as I go along? Shocking. Shocking. I'll find one. Let's start with that one. Board game. 843. 843. $8.43. Still getting there. Eight three. Still trying to find it here. All right, John Ork. Okay. John Ork asks a question. Doc, have you ever considered creating ancient Egypt Bible board game? No. I've considered doing video games. I when I was in college, I had considered doing a video game on basically how do I say this? Traveling through the Duat. A video game where you travel through to the 12 sections of the Duat. And you encounter all these gods and demons and all that. So I did do a video game start on that. I never completed it. But I've never considered doing a board game. Board games are expensive to print. It's yeah, board games are expensive to print, difficult to market. Especially now with all the tariff wars going on, board game producers are really suffering. In fact, there's several that have now gone out of business. Yeah, people are just not staying home. Board games kind of got a resurgence during, say, the COVID lockdowns, but right now, no, there's board game producers are really having a tough time with all the tariffs that are going on with China, because China was the #1 producer of board game components. So so yeah, it's with the new tariffs on, say, Chinese imports, there are board game manufacturers that are just going under. So and board game the board game business was always really tough. It was always really tough. So, um, so I think that that it's just not something I would have done. As I said, it's and doing a successful, even a successful role playing game is also tough because the market, frankly, is saturated. And it didn't actually take much to saturate the role playing game market. So we sort of stayed out of that industry for the most part. So, um, so anyway, we never did. I never did a board game. Would never consider doing one. Again, it's just a really rough market. Okay, so I hope that helps. It would be fun to do, but
If China,
yeah, if China's the main manufacturer, is just not going to go do well. Okay. Any other non super chats? Okay. What time? What time? 10:51. Harry Stark, do you know if there was a book about rabbinic Jewish anti-Christianism? Um, yeah, there was, and I don't remember who wrote it. Um, there was, in the early Christian era, there was a lot of sectarian violence. Um, and it went both directions. It did go both directions. Um, there were Jews that were persecuting Christians. There were Christians that persecuted Jews. So this wasn't a one-way thing. And there was a book that had been written. It wasn't a big book, but I can't remember the name of it at the moment. Um, but I know there's one out there at least. Uh, but and I remember it covered from basically the persecution of James right to the second uh was it the second council of Constantinople or something like that? So or Constantine the second. Constantine the second. So but I know there's one out there. I know there's one out there. So I don't remember the name of it, but unfortunately for the life of me, it's been a long time since I looked at that. Frankly, that stuff really doesn't interest me that much anyway. So, okay, Mama asks, I led here a question. I led my first D&D one shot 2 weeks ago, and had so much fun. Now a two shot. DM tips for me? Yes, lay lots of traps. torment your torment your players. They'll love you for it. make
oh,
make them feel ridiculous that they could have just stood up in the shallow water. That
that was a,
was such a great game. You're all trying to bob out there and you could just stand up. Mama, I already know that part. But here's the thing: have something planned in advance. Good DMing is just having all that stuff planned in advance. Okay, you know, plan for them not to understand. Okay, and use that. Plan for them to have something that happens unexpectedly. Torment them. Torment them. You know, make them regret antagonizing the rabbit of Cairn Banog. Okay. You know, that's what you that's what you want. Sing a song, plan for them not to understand, a really good trip, not gonna lie. Yeah. Yeah, make that part of your game. Work that into the game. And you'll find that they'll love it. They'll love it. Kentucky Fried Cleric. That too. Yeah, never trust a kobold selling KFC. Just saying. Okay. Mama says both of your one shots have been an absolute joy to either watch or participate in. Well, we'll be doing it again. November's coming up again, so we'll be doing a third round. So Alexis asks, how does one get into D&D? What do you have to do to play? Is it a board game? It's what's called a role-playing game. It actually uses your imagination. Okay? So think of it kind of like a shared story where, you know, you're sharing ideas of you start with a story, and you know, sort of go around and you take turns doing various things in this imaginary world. We do host a game every year at the Evangelical Theological Society, which this year is in Boston in November, third week of November. And, you know, what you have to do is what you should do. Okay, you will need to get the rules, and we do post the rules on our Discord, you know, every year. So you'll have everything you need pretty much. You don't need to go buy much. We do recommend that you either have dice or electronic dice, because you'll need that for character making. And, you know, you'll see these they're called dragon dice. I'll just pull out a couple here just to show you. They're basically, yeah. So you see these odd dice. You know, they come in various sizes, like a 4-sided, 8-sided, 6-sided, 10-sided, and a 20-sided dice. We do recommend you get a set of dice, and they're not expensive these days. These used to be super expensive, they are useful to have when you are, you know, playing this. Okay, so John O'Rourke says, my THD advisor invited me to Boston this year. Not sure if I can make it, though. Would love to. Love to see you there. We do meet people every year at Boston. You know, we can be, we'll just be out, and then, you know, just, I mean, last time in San Diego, we just walked into the hotel and somebody recognized me. So, you know. So you need some Urim and Thummim to do D&D? Hey, I still got my Urim and Thummim. I still got my Urim and Thummim here. I do put them in my my dragon dice bag here. Here's my Urim. Here's my Thummim. One of my Thummim. There it is. See, isn't it a pretty Thummim? Yep, you make your own character. And it's not everything goes, okay? It depends on the game. Like, for example, Alexis asks, do you make your own character for it? Anything goes? We ask that what we've been doing so far is we have been saying you make your own character for the game. If your character survived the last game, you can use that. And we set limits. Okay, so for example, in our particular game, everyone's got to be a cleric. Okay, and they have to be on the spectrum of either neutral or good. Okay, so everyone's a cleric, and depending on what year it is, we'll set the level of the game. This year it'll be level 3 characters. Okay, so no thief. We're not allowing thieves. This is a very special game because we're doing this at a theological conference. We're basically saying, we're basically saying that every year we do this. We say it's a cleric, but the limits of that is we give you certain limits that allow you to do some of the things here. So everyone plays a cleric, and this year they'll be for level 3. Last year we did level 2. First year we level 1. So we level up every year. So this year it'll be level 3. So that's an interesting thought. Sing a bright song. If I'm studying to be a worship leader, can I play a bard? That's a maybe. Now, the problem is I have to look up if bards are a regular player class. I don't know. We do it for version, we use version 3 here. So D&D version 3. So I don't know, but I like it. Yeah, I think that would be valid too. So, yeah, maybe we'll open this up to clerics and bards. I think that's... Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. So, yeah. Darkblade, does a Herd Master count as pagan for the no pagan deities rule? Yes, it does. Yeah, on reflection, yeah, I think we can add a bard to this. Mama, Barry Bennett returns. Cool. That was a fun character. Yeah, we would like to see return players here. Return players get priority, but there's always room. We didn't fill. We have never maxed out once on this game. So, hmm? As I say, I don't know. I don't remember. I can't remember, so I don't remember. Yeah, I would not. I don't consider Zoroastrianism gods to be valid. Sorry. Basing my character on my main Yu-Gi-Oh card. Okay. John Fabeck asks, gives us a $4.99 super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think Genesis 49, 8-10 was originally to Moses, or was this section written to the monarchy? Let's take a look. Okay. Genesis 49, 8-10. Okay. Judah, your brothers shall praise you. Your hand shall be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's son shall bow down. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, you have gone up. He couches, he lies down as a lion, and as a lion, who dares rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff beneath his feet, until Shiloh comes, and to him shall be the obedience of the peoples. Okay, Here's the problem with this. If you start ascribing this to the monarchy, you're going to also have to ascribe the last half of 10 to Christianity. Because until Shiloh comes is a reference to Messiah. So that's going to be a problem. Because we see this in translations like the Septuagint that are definitely dated to hundreds of years before Christianity. So yeah, that's going to be an issue. So if you say, okay, this like 8 to 9, I wouldn't is not necessarily going to ascribe to the monarchy, but maybe 10. But as I said, that's going to be what happens if you ascribe 10 to the monarchy. You're going to have to ascribe 10b to Christianity, because there's going to be that sort of inherent idea of ex eventu prophecy being put in here. Now, I also think too that the whole idea of ex eventu prophecy is kind of a slippery thing anyway, because the idea of there's true prophecy versus ex eventu prophecy isn't a dichotomous thing. There's things in between too. Like, in what way is the scepter not departing? That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be king, but there's also, say, the primacy as a... You could even just go to, say, the judges and start seeing this pattern play out, where, say, Judah becomes, say, de facto leader among the tribes. We see this in, say, the first, as Judah secures its inheritance. It's very successful, much more successful than the other tribes. In fact, Judah secures everything except Jerusalem itself. We see this also in say, the judges, where the judge over the tribe of Judah is the first judge. He's the good judge. So I think you got to be kind of careful here when you see a section like this and automatically think, oh, this belongs to the monarchy. Because once you start then having messianic prophecies on top of that, you're going to start having to ascribe those to way late. And that doesn't work. So again, this is one of those areas you just kind of got to be careful from. Alexis asks the question here. Which tribe was Samson from again? Dan. Oh dear, Dan. Oh, the worst tribe. The absolute worst tribe. Oh, Dan. Yeah. Oh boy. Yep. Yep, you got it. Israel's black sheep. Oh boy. Darkblade Dan, the tribal omitted from the dealing in Revelation, yeah. And good reason. They stole other Israelites' inheritance. They immediately went to idolatry. It's not good. It's not a good look. Not a good look. Mama, closely followed by Benjamin, I would think. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Mama, they didn't even own their own land, right? Oh, they stole someone else's. They stole Naphtali's. Yeah, they stole Naphtali's inheritance. That's Dan stole Napoli's inheritance, and Napoli had to move to another region because of it. So, yeah, it's just they were skunks. Yeah, the Danites were skunks. First thing they do is they start trying to take land and set up an idol. Like what? Huh? Ugh. They weren't in the land one generation, and then they did that. So, yeah, it wasn't particularly pretty. Yeah. Okay. Hey guys in the chat, do keep it respectful, okay? Okay, we have no more super chats at this point. Um, any more non-super chats? Okay, some good ones. Awesome. Interesting question. Okay, Sing a Bright Song asks, on that note, when Paul refers to the third heaven in 2 Corinthians 12, is he distinguishing the spiritual heaven from the astral heaven and the sky, or distinguishing layers of heaven? That one is hard to answer, because we don't have a great context here for this. Now, let's just pull that up. Just pull up 2 Corinthians chapter 12. See if I can find it here, because you didn't give me a verse. You didn't give me a verse. It's a little broad. Let me see if I could search it. Then 12:2. Okay, here we go. Boasting is necessary, though it is not profitable, but I will go on to visions and revelations of the Lord. I know a man in Christ who 14 years ago, whether in the body I do not know, or out of the body I do not know, God knows, such a man was caught up to the third heaven. And I know such a man, whether in body or apart from the body, I don't know, God knows, was caught up into paradise and heard inexpressible words, which a man is not permitted to speak. Okay. Now, we don't exactly know what he means here by the third heaven. Okay. There have been commentators that have gone both directions here. Some say this is the spiritual heaven. But I'm not convinced of that either. There are other commentators that will take, say, a view of this, that there are layers of heaven, layers to the spiritual heaven, and that's possible too. Again, we don't exactly know here. Now, one of the things I do think VIP lounge. That's a great explanation, actually. The VIP lounge. Okay. um, um I think one of the things is that the spiritual domain of heaven is a lot more complex than we normally think. Okay? I mean, we know that there's a lot of spirit critters out there. Okay? And I think one of the things is because we don't exactly relate well to this as physical beings, we tend to oversimplify what's happening up there. So I think that, like, for example, when we talk about spirit critters on this channel, we talk about primordial gods, we talk about chaos monsters, we talk about cherubim and seraphim and watchers and the council of gods and all of that stuff, sons of God. We do know by that there's a diversity, huge diversity of spirit critters. Okay, that then sort of prompts the question of, is our view of heavenly geography different too? We kind of know that there's more than one place in the heavens, in the spiritual realm. Okay, yeah. We've got the heaven that God resides in. But we also have Sheol, realm of the dead. And it has two compartments. Abraham's bosom and Hades. The bad side of the track, Hades. Okay. We also know that there's a lake of fire. We also know that there's a mountain with fiery stones per Ezekiel chapter 20. Okay? So I think our view of say, heavenly geography, even though it's not exactly a space, it's a place. So, spirit kitties. So because of that, I think there's actually a lot of, we don't have a good grasp of, say, the complexity of place in heaven. So if it's a more complex place, even if it's not, say, a geographical space, it could have great scope and diversity as a place that hosts this diversity of spirit critters. Okay? So Paul here may just be referring to that idea of that within the heavens are a variety of spirit critters that do various things, and that the third heaven is maybe the highest of these heavens. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for that non-super chat. Really appreciate it. We got another very, very generous super chat here from Ike the Great. Wow. Okay, for $99.99. Now, he asks, what is your thought on why the genealogies on Matthew and Luke are different? I like royal versus actual and Joseph versus Mary the best, but not satisfied with either. Okay. I think it's a couple things are going on here. First, I do think there is one that is of Mary, and I think there's one that is of Joseph, through the line of Joseph. And we get that at one point where it talks about, the particular genealogy talks about Joseph, who is the husband of Mary, and then Christ. That seems to be a line of inheritance. Okay? Whereas, say, the line of Mary is also a different Judaic line of inheritance. Okay? Okay, so one is an ancestral line. They're both ancestral lines, okay? But one is, say, a line of legal descent. One is a line of genealogical descent. Okay? So, Joseph, having no legal children, would have provided the legal descent. Basically, the double portion. The double portion. And similarly, Mary, probably would have had no brothers, she also would have inherited through her line. So there's that actual sort of, Christ is inheriting from two separate lines. One is through genealogy, the other is through legal entitlement. So that's why I think there's two actual genealogies, and they're actually showing you different things. One of the things I think people don't pay attention to when they do the whole discussion of genealogy in general is genealogies are not just who descends from whom. These are toledot. And a toledot is a Hebrew term for genealogy, but it's more than a genealogy because it doesn't tell you where it comes from. It tells what happened as a result of. So a lot of genealogies in the Hebrew Bible serve a pedagogical purpose. They explain things. They're meant to explain things. Okay? So in the case of, say, the genealogy of Uzzah, it's to tell you that Uzzah is David's nephew, and he shouldn't be touching the Ark of the Covenant. He's a Judahite. Okay? It's a nice way of saying it. Okay? You got the genealogies of chapter Genesis 5 that tell you that death proliferated. You got the genealogy of First Chronicles, I think it's chapter 6, where it talks about Haman the singer. And it's really a genealogy that tells you, yeah, this guy is from the line of Samuel, which is an Ephraimite, but he's been grafted in honorarily to continue being a singer in the temple. So genealogies are meant to convey certain kinds of information to explain how things happened. So in the case here of, say, the genealogies of Joseph and Mary, they're two different genealogies that serve two different purposes. The one in, I can't remember which one is which now, but I will look up quickly here. Matthew. Okay, so Matthew is the one that's Joseph's line. That's the one of basically legal inheritance. It's to show you the legal inheritance of Christ, essentially, that he is legally in line for the inheritance from Joseph. Okay? And Mary, on the other hand, then is the genial second, that's the actual, okay, Christ is a blood relation to David. Okay? So I think that's the difference here, is the purposes of those two genealogies are different. They're, as I said, one is legal, one's inheritance, the other one is bloodlines. And bloodlines still matter, particularly if you're talking about the branch of David. Bloodlines matter. So the one in Luke establishes bloodlines. The one in Joseph establishes legal inheritance. So they're different. They have different purposes, but they do follow different genealogies, tracks through the line of the house of David. But because of that, you're getting different kinds of inheritance too. So anyway, thank you for that really, really generous super chat. So very much appreciated. I hope that provided some help. I hope that provided some insight into those two genealogies. I like genealogies, honestly. They're very interesting, especially when you kind of are looking at that sort of subtextual point of genealogies. You can learn a lot by genealogies. Like, for example, I would love to do a series or a book on write a book on the Book of Numbers. I gotta do that. I've wanted to do that for years. I've wanted to do an entire book on the Book of Numbers. It's so interesting, and there's so much interesting stuff in there. And I just haven't had the time to do it. Okay. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat and your generous support of the channel. We really appreciate it, and I hope that satisfied your giving you at least gave you some added insight into the whole New Testament genealogical question. Okay? So, thank you so very much. Next book after the Plagues book? Probably not. There's one other book I want to do after the Plagues book, which is I want to do the Synchronisms book. There's a book on it's not chronological synchronisms that I really, really want to do. I want to get that data out. So, um, so yeah. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to knock those out with those other other projects we're doing. But wow, we have been overwhelmed this year. We have been just crazy overwhelmed. So, Mama, bring it.
Wow.
Yeah, there's also that third book of the science fiction series too, which is almost done, by the way. At least as far as the first draft. We're not promising you a date when it comes out. Overwhelmed in a good way. We're overwhelmed in a way. Ooh, ow. Okay. A good way of a sort. It's a problem. It's a good problem. It's a good problem. Okay. Beta's wait in readiness. Well, I'm glad I've got willing volunteers for beta reading. And you are very, very good at beta reading. So a good writer depends upon good beta readers. Okay. If you don't have good beta readers, they don't tell you what you need to know. So, like, for example, is the book garbage? A writer should want to know that. Dosman, I'm hoping it's not a secret cliffhanger in this part 2. Part 2 does not have a cliffhanger. Bonbon, I'm an alpha, not a beta. Not in this respect, you ain't. Mrs. Producer's the only alpha. Mrs. Producer is the alpha reader. Yeah, we don't have a cliffhanger for part 2, and I don't think we have one for part 3. Although I need some feedback on that yet. But she's caught up in another reader doing beta reading for someone else right now. So oh, we never announced that. We have a Substack too. That yeah, I'll put the URL up for the Substack. We also got a Substack now for those who are really interested in hearing what I have to say about writing as a Christian author. Let me see. Let me get this here, and I'll put that up. We have a Substack now. Yeah. There we go. Substack. Harry Stark asks you, like you would know, which fonts have you used so far in the books? We use Palantino. I can tell you exactly which one it is. But I use Palantino in the novels. It's a great font. He only uses papyrus. Ooh, papyrus is awful. 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 Never use papyrus. Unless it's a project you really hate. If you really hate the project, then go ahead and use papyrus. Okay, I use a font called Palantino Linotype for my books. Comic Sans. Yeah, it's yeah, Comic Sans is horrible, horrible. You know, it's not even good for what it was used for, what it was invented for, which was comic books. It's not even useful for that. I mean, it was originally designed to be the comic book font, but it was too ugly even for that. Bon submitting my PhD thesis in Comic Sans. Ooh, yeah, some people have done that. It's not a good look. Not a good look. It's happened. But we went through several fonts before we finally chose Palantino Linotype. We found that Palantino Linotype was really good for readability. It also adds a little bit of sort of sci-fi mystery to it. So it was just the right mood we wanted for the books. And it's an airy font, so good spacing, good kerning, and it's really easy on the eyes. Yeah. Yeah, people don't realize that how important that is. So copperplate Gothic. I haven't seen people use that in years. It was actually pretty good. Um, Mrs. Producer uses it on her lists. It's good on business cards. It's actually really good on business cards. Um, Copperplate's actually excellent for business cards. Um, I did I did see a guy use it in a PowerPoint presentation once, and I ribbed him the entire time for using it. It's not great for PowerPoint, but it's excellent for business cards. Alexis asks, "What's the best font for comics?" What I would use is a brush font. There are some good brush fonts out there now. Um, but that's what I would use these days. Is I would not use one unless you're doing your own hand inking. I would use something like a brush font. Yeah, yeah. Consider definitely the emotional impact for whatever your comic book is. Um, I wouldn't these days use say what's a standard comic book font anymore. Um, as I say, unless you're doing your own hand drawing as such. And frankly, letterists are no longer employed in the comic industry. They all use fonts now. But these days, oh yeah, they are prized. Yeah, they're definitely prized. But even though the whole comic industry has sort of fallen through the bottom, yeah, well, Fan Expo was before the collapse of Diamond Comics. Um, yeah, Diamond Comics has gone out of business, has gone into receivership. So the whole sort of comic industry is going down the tubes. Harry Stark. Which fonts does David recommend for PowerPoint? Yeah, I like Frutiger. Frutiger is an excellent general purpose font. I like Frutiger for a couple things. And PowerPoint is really good for PowerPoint. It's also really, really good for maps. If you're a map maker, Frutiger is the bee's knees. It's easy to read on in large point and in tiny point. So, it's Frutiger is an excellent clear font. I use it for example on my videos. So if there's text that I want you to read in a video, I'll use Frutiger because it's just so clear. It's probably one of the clearest fonts that you could actually use. And as I said, it's so well spaced. You can use it as like small as 6 point on a map, and you can still read it. It's really readable. So, Mama says Garamond is another favorite of mine. Yeah, Garamond's an excellent font. I like Garamond. It was when we were deciding on the font for Reliquary of the Dead, it was between Garamond and Palantino Linotype. So, but we chose Palantino. It ended up being a better font for our purpose. You find it? Oh, I was interested in seeing the fontage, yeah, but you said you were going to get it, so. So. Hmm. Yeah. This is a comic book. Yeah, he's using a kind of comic font here. This is Whale by Richard Fairgray. Scary horror comic. And it's signed. And he's using a kind of comic, standard comic font there. So, but it's pretty standard fontage. And he is using a computerized font. But I would use these days at this point, I wouldn't, as a comic artist, I wouldn't do specifically a comic standard comic font. I would be a little more creative now with comic fonts for comic books. Yeah, do whatever fits your comic book. That's what I would do. And frankly, like Garamond, not a bad font for not just novels, but for comics too. It's not a bad font. General purpose fonts are um are really good. Has David ever made a comic book? Yes, I have drawn a comic book. I didn't publish it, but I made one. I also started a second one. Uh, called Varney the Vampire. I've not finished it. So yes, I have done comic art. I find though that comic art takes forever to do. It's incredibly a slow process. Uh, so, um, very, and for me doing the inking on all that is just takes forever. Dossman, Dr. Folk manga when? I wouldn't hold my breath. Wouldn't hold my breath. It's more likely to be what? Yeah, it's more likely to be a video game if we go do stuff for art stuff. So, Mama says I would use Garamond for my essays in English 101. and even considered it for my wedding invitation. Not a bad choice. Garamond is not a bad choice for that. I would tend to go with something probably a little more eloquent for wedding invitation. Something like Bookman. I think Bookman is a great font. It has a style and an elegance that Garamond does not quite have. Garamond's a very round font, so it's good for certain things. It's good for any text reading. It's good for essays. It's good for books. Anything where you have to do a lot of reading, it's excellent. But it is a very round font, and sometimes you don't want that because it can seem like a very pedestrian font sometimes. So I would pick something probably a little more elegant for a wedding invitation, or really something that communicates elegance. But then again, too, it depends on what kind of wedding you're having as well. Sometimes you don't want elegance for a wedding. And I saw one set of this wedding where it was sort of a fall festival kind of wedding, with sort of the hay bales and all that. And for them, Garamond would make a great font, because it's kind of communicating that, okay, this is a more casual affair. So it depends on what you want to communicate. Mama says, yeah, I went with something a little more curl and decorousness. We had Celtic designs on the invitation. Nice, sweet. So the extra curls fit with the theme. Excellent. Yeah, that sounds like an appropriate font choice. So yeah, so I think that's pretty much covers it. Were there any other burning questions? Okay, that's actually a good question. I'll take that one. 717. Okay. And this will probably be our last question of the night. 17. 1117, you said? No, no, no. Need a timestamp. $11.28. Okay. 28. I see it here. Dark Blade. Okay, and this will be the last question of the night. And I think this is a kind of fun question to end on here. If you had to learn a language from the Indian subcontinent, which would you pick and why? Okay, that's actually a really interesting question. Here's the language I would learn. Sanskrit. And here's the reason why I would learn Sanskrit. Because of my interest in Japanese swords. Okay? Occasionally, you see Sanskrit inscriptions on Japanese swords. And I'm a big fan of Japanese swords as an art form. So I would love to learn a little bit of Sanskrit So I was able to read these inscriptions on these Japanese swords. So it's not so much to learn the language of the Indian subcontinent, but it's to sort of help me with my hobby of being interested in these beautiful works of art. Alexis says, I knew he was going to say that, but the inspo was unexpected but cool. Yeah, but that's what if I was to learn any language on the from the Indian subcontinent, it would be Sanskrit. That would be my choice, and um, as I said, it would be for a hobby reason. It would not be for a say a professional reason. Uh, Alexis says, I heard Sanskrit is really difficult. So did I, but I never learned it. So, how much more difficult would it be, though, than Akkadian? Ugh. Akkadian was hard. Akkadian is hard. Yeah, Mama says, everyone tap that like button. Thank you. Do that. All right. Dossman, how about Farsi? That's not really the Indian subcontinent. That's Mesopotamia. That's Persia. Um, yeah, the Indian subcontinent is pretty far away from, say, my area of interest at that point. Now, I would say this. There are some other languages I wouldn't mind learning, to be honest. But from the Indian subcontinent, only Sanskrit really interests me. I'm interested in, say, Tengyo script from Chinese, and I wouldn't mind learning some archaic Chinese. I wouldn't mind learning grass script. Again, Chinese script. So those are sort of, yeah, the grass script is really beautiful. Yeah. John Febeck, why do the Japanese put Sanskrit on swords? What's the story there? The story there is Buddhism. Story there is Buddhism. In the 10th century, a lot of Buddhist monks came over to Japan to proselytize. So what happened is, as Japanese swordsmiths started perfecting their crafts, a lot of them became influenced by Buddhism. And that Buddhism ended up being incorporated into the craft of Japanese sword making. So you'll find like motifs like Buddhist monks. I've got a Suba that has Buddhist monks on it. There's and some of them knew Sanskrit. Some of them, knew some Sanskrit, and some of that Sanskrit was taught to Japanese swordsmiths that included these Sanskrit sayings in the sword blades as sort of a decorative element. Sometimes these were not decorative, though. Sometimes these Sanskrit inscriptions were also to cover up defects in the blade. Okay.
Yeah.
There's that. I know we said we're going to have last question, but this is getting interesting. Harry Stark, why did Christianity become a minority in Japan? Because it was outlawed. And it was violently outlawed. They became a persecuted minority. There was said to be at one point as many as 100,000 Christian samurai at the height of the sort of the Christian era of Japan. Oh, it very much appealed to the Japanese samurai culture. They understood things such as lordship and fidelity. So the Christian marriage, yeah, absolute obedience was not foreign to the Japanese. So, so it took off like wildfire in Japan, and remained illegal in Japan. No, it wasn't. Here's the thing. Bauman says, "Isn't Christianity too pacifist for samurai?" No, it isn't. Because one of the things Christianity didn't do, at least not then, it didn't espouse pacifism. It said, "Hey, you guys are samurai. You can still be samurai and still be Christian. Instead, and you'll be meeting the ultimate Lord through Jesus Christ." And that really appealed to them. A divine Lord that couldn't fail them. So there was a lot at one point in Japan, there was a lot of Christians. And talking about Japanese swords, some of their motifs entered into Japanese sword making as well. Yeah, we just have not been able to get our hands on one of those motifs. The way it was, they're highly sought after. Okay, they during this time there was a kind of handguard, a suba, for Japanese swords that's called a toke suba. It's gears. It looks like clock gears. It's actually the symbol of the Jesuits. Okay, and it is. These are the preeminent symbols of what the Japanese consider to be the symbol of Christianity. Was this gear pattern, and these toke suba are incredibly difficult to get. They're incredibly difficult to get. If one comes onto the market, they almost disappear like that. Yeah, we know because we've been looking for years for a toke suba. As the producer says, if any of you want to give us a Christmas present, a toke suba would be greatly appreciated. That stuff's hard to get over there. Yeah, it's Japan. In Japan, it's just you very, very hard to get that stuff anymore. But do people make modern recreations? Not of that. Yeah, that one is there. There are people who make modern recreations of, say, Christian swords, but they're all fake and they look fake. They look really fake. Toke suba, and it's spelt. Okay. S-U-A. Hope I can spell this right without seeing it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yes, Suba's spelt with a T. Don't ask me why. Yeah. So yeah, these were really they're very hard to get. They're just exceptionally hard to get. You can get Buddhist stuff. Well, I used to go to sword shows in Chicago when I lived there. So there were a lot of Japanese weapons collectors there, weapons dealers, and in fact, it used to happen right around exam time. The week before my final exams, that's when the Chicago Shinsa took place. But do we study for finals or do we go to the Japanese sword show? Yes, we do both. We did both. But the dealers there weren't selling toke. They were not selling toke. You could get just about anything else you wanted. I mean, you could get beautiful swords. I mean, the swords there were, and they had a rule: no fakes. That was one thing dealers could not sell at this show, was fakes. So, it was one of the few places. I mean, there you could get like gunto there, which were low grade swords from World War II. essentially garbage, okay, to a collector. But they were at least Japanese. So anything you bought there had to be of Japanese origin. And Japanese sword making is a highly regulated profession. So you could get brand new swords from Japanese masters there. Um, yeah, I will agree with Mrs. Producer here. Modern Japanese sword makers are incredible. Very, very good. Modern makers are really good. Solidus says Japanese sword show sounds like a lot of fun and extremely expensive. Um, here's the thing. There are small collectors like us who didn't have a big budget, who kind of got in on other ends. We didn't buy blades. Blades are expensive. But there are other components that people sold that weren't. Like, for example, you could buy, say, handguards. There were handguards there that if you wanted to start a small collection, you could. A handguard might go for $50. It's maybe not in the best condition. There's also Manuki. The little sort of Manuki are fun and really affordable. Yeah, a very nice set of Manuki might set you back $500, but there were boxes of Manuki there that were like, $10 a piece. So, um, so there were ways that people could get into this art starting small. Oh, okay. Yeah, we bought some stuff from a dentist once. Um, and I met him on a Nihonto collector site. And I learned about this collector site through the Japanese Sword Association of America. And I was a member of that for a time, even though I didn't own any swords. I was just interested. And we got involved with the collector site, an online site, and it was a message board and all that. And we met a collector who was selling his stuff. And it's like we went to his house and we ended up walking away with 4 Suba. And his house was his place was like on in one of those Chicago high rises, and it had he had like swords all over the place. He had suits of armor. I mean, his apartment was like a museum. It was like a museum. It was gorgeous. Yeah, it was really, really. Mama, tell us the story, Uncle David. Yeah, so I mean, it was cool stuff, but a lot of these collectors are basically they go to these sword shows, okay? And there are three in the United States. There are three important sword shows. Um, the three most important are in New York, Chicago, and in Florida. There's a couple out west, but they're very small and they don't have the same high standards as the other three. So it's if you ever get the chance to go to a Shinsa, because here's the thing, Shinsas are not just sword shows where they buy and sell swords. They grade them. It's a grading contest. So people bring their items to be validated, verified, and graded. So yeah, gun shows are kind of not. It's not the same thing. It's really not the same thing. Um, it's not a gun show and it's not a knife show.
Getting
Yeah. Slotus says sword shows sound like a lot of fun, extremely expensive. They're not. It depends on how you get in. Uh, you know, I mean, it's only like I think what was the entry like $5 or something like that. I mean, we were able to afford this as grad students, and yeah, yeah, we only bought a few things. We bought when we were at these shows were mostly Subas, Manuki, that sort of thing. We did buy some Manuki once. Those remember that seashell set that you had? Those were gorgeous Manuki. Yeah, you still have it. We still have everything from that. It's just never been mounted. We bought the stuff to do the mounting and just never did it. Time. Yeah. Yeah, we had them it had mounted in Illinois. Yeah, yeah, it did make it into our suitcase and we still have it. Yeah. Um yeah. But yeah, grading is a very important part of those shows. So, and you could actually watch them grade. That was kind of fun too. Where you could actually stand to the side. They actually have like a doorway where you can actually go and watch them grade. And it's really very cool. I mean, they fly people out from Japan for this. So, so yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. And again, as I said, it's a hobby that you could get into very cheap, which as grad students was very appreciated. All right, and I think we're going to call it a night at this point. Uh, so we are done here. I see Mama's done here too. She's getting tired and eyelids are becoming eyelids. Sleep time. Good night. Yeah, we're going to call it a night too. All right. So we want to take this opportunity to thank you all for joining us tonight. It was another great live stream like we have every week. Dossman going to spend too much time looking at swords now. Oh, it's an addictive art. Actually, you want to see some beautiful swords? I'm going to give you one URL. Moses Becerra's. Yes, there's one URL I am going to send you guys. Let me see here. He has a site called Nihanto Antiques. So I'm going to get you guys a URL here, and you can have fun looking at the real deal. Okay. Have fun with that, guys. Oh, this guy is a professional sword polisher. Um, he's also Discord. Yeah, we could post in Discord too, but we'll just post it in the lobby. um, he also represented our blade at a Shinsa. So yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. He does like rewrapping of handles and all that stuff. But if you just want to look and ooh and ah and drool, yeah, that's that's a good site. Okay, so we're gonna call it at this point. We want to thank all our super chatters who were with us tonight and who gave generously. You guys were very, very generous tonight, and we really appreciate that. Thank you so very much for supporting the channel. We also want to thank our regular Patreon and YouTube membership subscribers because you guys pay for broken hardware. And with the outage this week, yeah, it was something. We also want to thank regular subscribers who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and recommend our videos to other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. And oh, yep, Tuesday, this Tuesday at 4 p.m. we're doing a live stream on IP's channel, talking about the Baron thing. And on Wednesday, August 20th, we're doing a live stream on All the Stars as Angels. Okay, so with that said, have a great night, everyone. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.